treasury management.
Let me try my.
Okay, proceed.
My own understanding of treasury is how you manage, cash inflow and outflow, and then how you make sure that at any point in time you do not have a negative balance, so that when you need money to do something substantial, you have it. When you need to keep, you keep for tomorrow, and when you need to get in help to offset whatever you need to spend. I think that's my own understanding of treasury.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
So I think treasury management is about managing your financial instruments such a way that you minimize risk and you maximize value over the growth.
Thank you. He has introduced something that no other person has said. He mentioned risk. So let's take note of that. He mentioned risk.
I'm in my own understanding, treasury management is like a building that comprises all your funds, where everything is kept in treasure. Those things that you treasure most. It could be gold, things that are precious to you, things that you hold in high esteem, like funds too, where all these things are stored and how it's going to be managed. That's my opinion.
Correct. Correct. Just to introduce another thing, beyond money, he has mentioned the issue of gold. Now, that is a new dimension to this, which is perfect. There could be other instruments like treasury bills, like other things, other securities. Okay,
So in addition to all what we said, I think treasury management should also end with the fact that it must meet the organization's growth and strategic plans.
correct. The whole idea of treasury management, as postulated by Rotary, is that you need to really consider the organizational future goals, objectives. All right.
I also want to add to what everybody has said. I think the treasurer also advises the organization when things are about to go wrong or when things can shape the way it should. I think the server has advised that too.
Advisor. Please, let's take note of that. Yes, advisory role of the treasurer. Okay, who is the head of the treasury? Are we together? You see the connection between the treasurer and the treasury now. It's just that is the person that is in charge. Okay. Yes, we have all spoken well because of time. We have all spoken well, and at the end of the day, I'm sure we have had a very good understanding of what treasury is all about. Now, the person that mentioned gold there is talking about liquidity. And so in this definition, there is a treasury management includes management of clubs holdings. Holdings could mean anything. Holdings would include liquidity, clubs liquidity. Now, when we say liquidity, what is our understanding of liquidity? It's a language that is used by almost everybody, but I'm not sure we all have a good grasp of the meaning of liquidity. Can anybody hear a slide? Go from there. Okay, brother.
I think the liquid they are talking about is cash. So liquidity means the ability or the convertibility of an asset into cash.
Okay. Okay. Liquidity, somebody is saying, is cash. To a layman, that may make, yes, cash. But liquidity, he even went further to say that liquidity has to do with convertibility of an asset into cash. Meaning that the most liquid asset then would be cash. Are we together? But it doesn't mean that cash is the only liquid asset that we have. Are we together? Yes. What other assets can then be described as liquid? Quickly. We need to run for time. Any other person? Let's leave the stockbroker out of it. Yes. Any other person? Okay. Yeah. Maybe I can help with that. We can. We have heard about shares, isn't it? The club will agree. We have some money at the, what do we call it? It's a sinking fund. We will actually decide to invest in shares. And why shares? Because the convertibility of shares to cash is the ease of converting shares to cash is very easy. So that's just so shares will go. How about debtors? Those owing us, and you make pledge, you're going to support this club retreat with 10,000. And we have recorded that against you. You know that as humans, that particularly as Rotarians, our words are our bones, isn't it? And so we can actually take those pledges as liquid, isn't it? Do you agree with me? Yeah, we can take those pledges as something liquid, even though they are not cash, but they can, because if you approach the secretary, he will do the needful. You can change his mind. Instead of paying next month, he can pay this month when we appeal to his conscience. And that's why debt can be described as being liquid. Treasury bills more or less is a short-term investment. And that's why we can see that after maybe 1-2 months, you can convert that into cash. So essentially, we are saying that everything that can easily be converted to cash is liquid. So I take that definition again by saying treasury management includes management of trust holdings with the ultimate goal of managing the trust liquidity and mitigating against operational, financial, and which we never mentioned, reputational risk. Somebody introduced the issue of risk. Somebody mentioned risk in the definition of who was that? Yes, risk is very important. And so one of the very essential roles of a treasurer is looking at the financial risk. You will recall that this country, we have advocated that we should invest our sinking fund in some other, and I advise that because it's a fund that is not personal, we have to be very, very careful and be a bit risk averse. If I were to invest my own personal money, I look there, and if anything happens to that money, good luck. They say the higher the risk, the higher the returns, isn't it? But it's public funds. You have to be careful. And that's why the pension fund, the federal government is declared that 70% of it must be invested in treasury bills. 70%, because they know that it's easy. You are loaning to government at worst, but you know what happened in Ghana and what happened to our banks. So treasury bills now is even becoming a challenge. So, but essentially what we are saying is we have to resort to leaving it at fixed deposit rather than investing in some more profitable instruments like shares, like real estate, and the like. So it is very risk factor major in treasury management. Risk factor is major so it includes the club's collections, disbursements, investment, and funding activities. Main objectives of treasury management. The purpose of treasury is to manage the club's security and to mitigate against and safeguard the club's holdings to follow the long-term strategy. Somebody mentioned that. Somebody mentioned long-term, isn't it? Oh, somebody mentioned long-term. Okay, Femi, yes, it's very, very important. It's to safeguard the club's holdings and to follow long-term strategy set forth by the club. We have said that maybe in the next 5 years, our desire is to have a club's house, isn't it? Yes. And we should be seeing people working as part of treasury management. And that's why we are saying, how do you achieve it? We are saying certain percentage of our takings to be set aside is to meet specific goals. Looking at having a club, if you get to the time, you're looking at welfareism, you're looking at hosting events like this that members will not have to dip hands into their pockets to fund. And so we have to be very strategic about when we have club assembly, members don't pay easily. If we had not really prepared ahead, we can run into trouble. Because if it is regular meetings, we know that we have factored whatever you're going to get and to use to offset some of our bills. But what if the club have to take care? So it's part of what we need to really plan for. So what are the components of treasury management? They include cash flow. I look at our age within the club, and I think the average age is about 50. At that particular age, what is important is not acquisition of assets. What really is important is cash flow, because we are not going to be spending assets. We are going to be spending what? Cash on a daily basis. And so there is a difference between cash flow and assets. Majorly, most of us, we do not know that difference. If you have 24 buildings, you may start with it. Yes, you can. But then you have buildings worth about 400 million. Maybe each of your buildings worth about 100 million. But how do they come to cash? Are we together? So, at a particular stage, the focus should be cash flow, not asset acquisition per se. So, as one of our major responsibilities in management our treasury, we have to consider cash flow. The other one is we need to consider debt management. I see that you will see the treasurer is not there, but you see that oftentimes you will come up with list of debtors, isn't it? That's part of the management. Debt is very important. In actual fact, if you don't manage your debt very well, even as an organization, it can go down fast. So it's not about making sales. It's about recoverability of what has been sold. Are we together? So debt management is very, very key. When people make promises, how often do we quickly follow up? Because it's true, particularly for an organization like us, that we are not selling anything to anybody. The only thing is that honor that he said, I will donate this. What if he doesn't donate? Is it enforceable? It's not something. We used to have somebody in this club. If he gives you a check, you can be sure 9 out of 10 that check will be returned. Yes. Yes. And he called himself a Rotarian. And truly, if that check is not made good, what can you do? Legally, we have lawyers here. It's not enforceable. There is no contract. no services was rendered. My organization, we have had very senior people, very highly respected people in society pledge at a public function that we have organized, maybe a dinner or something. Like I give you 10 million, I give you 5 million. At the end of the day, you see, yeah, nothing you can do. Same goes here. Some people say, "Oh, so much. Okay, for this week, I will do this. We are having our discount coming on. I pledge this. It's their pledge. So, part of the management, you need to follow up quickly on a daily basis. I want to talk about the incoming president for the installation with this. It's mere pledge. If you don't do it, we can't take you to court of law. And so you need to continue to appeal to people's conscience. So debt management, transaction process. How often do you process your expenses? We need venue, we have food, we need drink. Do you process that? It's very, very important. Forecasting and reporting. Do you report? For an NGO like us, that is Rotary Club, the most important thing that can encourage people to want to give and even give more is accountability. Yes, it's more important than any other thing. Accountability, and the second thing is transparency. Are we together? Very, very important. Accountability and transparency must go hand in hand. And so, as part of our treasury management, we need to report activities, if possible, real time. Very, very important. Managing these functions effectively and efficiently and allow this club to focus on planning for their future and achieving their goals. And it's those things that I've mentioned. If you manage them very well, then you will focus the managers of the club. When I say the manager, that's the president and his executive. They can then focus on the future and goals of the club. The benefits of treasury management. Quickly, I say improved cash flow. Yes, if you manage the treasury very well, then cash flow will not be a problem. You anticipate things, you do your forecasting, you manage your debts, you control your cash, then improve cash flow. 2, meet short-term obligations. If you're able to meet your short-term obligations, you reduce risk because you have said it's part of what you need to do. You will increase what? Profitability. Yes. It will enhance decision making. I mean, because it will be easy, because money is there to be used. Then it increases what? Efficiency and cost savings. We will not normally get into trouble. So, essentially, that is what we call treasury management. Another thing that you can take away is that treasury management has to do with short term as compared against long term. Are we together? Treasury management essentially is about short-term spending and activities. And that's what the difference between, you will notice that clubs don't have financial stability. Have you thought about it? Because it's just for 1 year. After 1 year, another person will come in. So treasury management is essentially about short term. So what do I need to do within 1 year in order to be effective and efficient in the services that are so high? And that's why we don't have financial stability. Because financial stability has to do with what? Long term. The difference between a treasurer and a financial stability is what I've mentioned. One focuses on short term, the other focuses on long term. On that note, I rest my case for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take questions for 5 minutes, and then, do you need a microphone for the question session?
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, President and fellow chairs. Thank you, our incoming PhD for the wonderful delivery on treasury management. Yeah, you have touched on so many things which essentially will help us to build around, even those of us who are entrepreneurs. There are a lot of things you have mentioned that will help us build around business and also on debt recovery. Now, coming back to I know you mentioned accountability and also reporting financial activities on real time. Can you advise us in this talk how we can actually recover our debts in real time? Because from year to year, we usually have, by the time this year is going to be ending, we're going to have some debtors on the list, or let me say we'll have some account receivable on the list that we are not able to, to get. Is there any way we'll be able to, even to some extent, 100% reduce it? Okay, we will say reduce it, we can reduce, can we eliminate it? Because it's becoming like eating into the fabric of the club that every Rotary ends, there are people that will be there that will not, pay off whatever they are owing. I don't find we can talk about integrity and all that. We don't want to say that Rotarians don't have integrity, they don't keep to their words. But I'm sure that something can be done to help them. To help them improve on paying off their debts timely and not allow it to roll over. So I'll spill over to another year. Thank you.
Thank you. I take all the questions.
I don't know if I'll be able to.
Okay, can I ask
Okay, let me answer that. Right. Now, I mentioned that one of the very key responsibilities of the treasurer in the management of the treasury is management of debts. And in this case, the one we consider as debt are just pledges. Okay. Now, our matter is Midwest because we are not in any contract with anybody. There was no sales made, there was no product purchased. And so, essentially, we are just going to rely on integrity. And that's why whoever pledges, you only just trust. And that's why you should not in following up. I think the only way to reduce, you may not have irresponsible. There is no other language to use. You are just irresponsible because if you say you have to do something, you are able to do it. Now, because some of us may be irresponsible, we may not be able to get 100%. But if you follow up on time, perhaps you can reduce those debts or those pledges. For example, if during SAA, I expect that this is Friday, latest by Tuesday, Wednesday, there should have been 3-4 communications between that Rotarian and the treasury team. I'm sure with that level of follow-up, the redemption of those pledges will be done. But if, like we do now, about 3-4 months, now come up with a list, say these are debtors. I've said it before, it's difficult. Not to talk of end of the year. My advice for the incoming president or incoming team is, as you are coming in on that first, whatever debts owned by any Rotarians should have been written off. Because if you carry debt of last year, it's a debt. However, you can take note of those routinians. It affects their reputation. Remember what's in my definition? They said reputational risk is there. And that's what we can do to that routinian. For me, if I pledge something sincerely, if I don't redeem immediately, maybe I just forget to follow up, I will redeem. Because we all carry our money up and down now. And so the issue of, I don't know, you have your phone, your money is there. If you want to do transfer, do it. Why wait till tomorrow or next month or months after? So in answering to this straight, in answering that question, we require serious follow-up. Yes, if you follow up, we will reduce transfer. Even if you want to be responsible, by the time you have somebody desperate and out of pride and ego, you will just think, let me discharge this person. So that's the best you can do. Thank you. But any debt carried to the end of the year. And why did you think Rotary International just deletes names of clubs that are not paid? It's because it's not enforceable. The only thing they can do is to say you are not one of us. They can take you to court. Do you understand? So the best you can do there is to say you are not asking if you are not keeping to your financial obligations. And they are feeling us happy, but and that's why they say if it depends on that your partner, that's 7 months. If you are 50 as registration or a charter, and the following week you say you are not 20 because they are not going to, because they look at you and enforce that thing in court. If that person says, I am no more interested, I'm not paying, that's why they don't argue with any club. Whatever they see there, they will take you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well articulated presentation. What in the way, course of your discussion, you tried mentioning that when at certain age, what is most relevant is for you to carry your money or to hold on to your money, meaning like cash or whatever it is, like whatever it's cash flow, and because that's your life. Me as a professional in the asset owned profession, real estate, I will advise strongly that as you are having a cash flow, your assets should also be retained. It's not like you have a building and you want to sell and you sell everything because you want to have a cash flow. No, because owning a property is the basis of keeping you well when you need them. When you own the property is as good as a good cash flow. So, well, both are good, but I will advise strongly as a professional in that field that please keep on having buildings, lands, because they are hedged against inflation. At any time you need them, they will be turned to cash flow. Thank you. Is that an observation?
Thank you. Sure, let's put this in perspective. I have said what is important, particularly as we are growing old, is actual. And I said further that you may have assets of any transportation, building, cars, what have you. You may not be able at the time of need to convert them to cash. And so you have to be very wary. I've seen so many ways of my profession. I remember going to see a friend who sells car. And on getting there, after this, after about 31 hours, I said, oh, well, let me be going. Say, hey, can I have 5,000 naira there? And then he has that is worth about maybe 100 million. Okay, and so that's the challenge. So that's why
in line with what you said about when you did cash flow and certain period in your life.
Yeah.
So can you just give us a general idea in terms of lifetime periods, like maybe every 20 years or 30 years of your life, like until to 20 years old, what kind of investment, what kind of new should you be working at? Is that the time to start working on fixed assets or long-term investment, and then until 30 and you look like that? It was like, yeah, to help us to.
okay, that is a consultation. I'll give it free of charge. It's okay. And about 30 years, I was involved in share buying. And so in capital markets, I invested a lot. Okay, now, in that capital markets, because of my age, I'm not going to try that now. Because when you trade in the capital market, your focus will be long term. Because the value of your shares fluctuates, goes up, comes down, goes up. But when you get a broker, you will say it has to be all time. Don't mind it. Like what my president is saying. And I support that. I know. So essentially, my brother asked about fifth reduce what I would consider investments that are a bit risky. Yes. Yes. Focus more on things that are predictable. Things that are predictable. If you invest in shares, it's not, you can predict what your dividend will be at the end of the year. Okay, you may not even be able to predict what the value in case you want to, it's incompatible, but you may at loss. And that's why some people actually die because of the last but people like us, what I did was to dilute what I have. And so when I was still young, in 2007, 2009, and 2008, what I did was I was not buying snatches service, I was making money. I remember buying GT at a particular time at 50 naira. Let me take that example. And I remember buying it at 8 naira. You understand? And so what I did was I bought GT at 50 naira, maybe I buy 300,000 units. At 8 naira, I buy about 300,000 units. So when I do my average now, I am not at any loss. Nigerian news, I just checked last week. I remember now. You know that when I check that my record, I put it down. Because periodically I will do the value on that week. You know the value? 187. It's now 63. If you have 1 million units of Nigerian news, you know that your life has finished. Imagine you are going old. Now, at this age, don't go and keep body doing something that will stabilize. So, if it's possible, put your money in fixed deposit, whatever interest they give you, you take. But this shares of the thing, except you are young. When you are young, your risk appetite, even if you do everything, if it's still on your side, you can start on together. So that was my
I have two questions. First, very short. You said treasury management about short term.
Yeah.
So what do you call the long term?
What do you call? Financial management. Yes, financial management. Especially for. Oh, when you're you have to involve the share. Okay, brother.
As much as I'm trying to gather momentum on the subject matter, I would like to share my experience from the perspective of being the chartered accountant, chartered banker, and the chartered stockbroker. I think the issue that we're discussing is very, very regardless of your risk appetite. What is important is diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's the solution to this problem. And I want to share some experiences with you. And I'm going to be part of real estate is the insane. As far as I'm concerned, I think the present objective, and I've profiled a lot of landlords in Nigeria. And I was discussing with the college this morning. Now, if you put your money in real estate, it's fantastic. But at old age, especially where our children are Japanese, you know that kind of thing. I have a property in my area now. The landlord died about 4 years ago. Wife died about 3 years ago. So the tenants in the house, they are not paying rent anymore. Because the children are abroad and they said they are not interested. It's just flat. So one of the tenants relocated about 3 months ago and put another tenant here also. Reality. Oh, yes. It's not African might go. So they try to your daddy's property to help with that property. You know, I invest all my hard-earned income into real estate. And all of my children, they're already in Canada. The last one is mounting pressure on me that he wants to relocate. So what becomes that investment in the next 5-6 years? And beyond that, I thought when I was an artist at this, real estate would be the kind of fallback investments agenda for me, as the number of properties and the kind of tenants we have in Lagos, especially the tenancy law is in favor of tenants rather than the law.
We have exhausted our time for this session.
Okay. The concluding remark is that so the president of the one diversify cash flow, million talk, everything, just a little portion here and there. So that if you need cash, there are certain things you can combine, put into money. So that's my solution. Thank you.
All right. And because of time, and there is nothing to leave my incident to you. I'm not going to speak that. No, one we consider that we don't let us equal this your real estate. I have properties everywhere, and I don't have to look at if you have tenants, they don't pay, and not kill that person. That's not the suffering. In fact, I built a particular house, I sent this for my vacation. Thank God I said foundation from my thinking wage. You understand? So especially let us just so moderation. But as you are advancing in age, the concern I repeat to because it is cash that gives life. I see people yes. I know died and they have properties. So please let us just let's just conclude. Thank you, madam. Is that last for 1 minute?
And veteran financial expert. I have one simple question. Who manages your property? Is it one or a professional lawyer? Trained to manage property. They are not bad tenants, but that way we manage them. But most of you make mistake, you go to agent, you go to lawyer, you go to this, and some of the lawyers, you can't wait to say that.
Okay. Okay. We'll give you a session for that. I know how passionate you are.
My grandmother manages property agent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There, AG Orolani, appreciate your presentation. The take-home care of that presentation for me is the need to manage the club debts and pledges. We give an advice that the treasury team should follow up on time. At least follow up with members that make pledges. Hello. At least follow up with members that make pledges 3 times in a week. That we won't have members having an essay in the region of 120, 75,000 and all that. And then we should also avoid making our debts to affect our reputational risk. Reputational risk that if you don't pay your debts, even though Rotary is a voluntary organization, it affects your reputation. And that's the takeaway for all of us. Please let's put our hands together for KSO once again. Thank you so much. Now the next presentation is going to be from a very long distance, and we need your attention to be via Zoom, and that is talking about leadership in Rotary, and our dear incoming AG, someone whose wife is celebrating a birthday today. So he's supposed to be with his wife in the other room, but because of Rotary, and it's all about leadership development, he's been here for us today. So for 20 minutes, we have PP Abdul Oshirigosi. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished leaders.
No,
I want to believe you can all hear me.
yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, I want those in the physical venue to respond.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the leadership for granting me this opportunity to speak on this topic. You know, I'm a learner, so ahead, I want to apologize because I have seated there past presidents, AGs, leaders of industry, chartered accountants, chartered surveyors. The room is filled with learned fellows. And so it's a privilege to be given this opportunity to speak on the topic leadership development. Bewa, please, can I have these slides? Okay, so I've titled this particularly leadership development, the key to being golden, because we'll be relating it to this great organization called Rotary, and particularly our own Golden Club. But before we go ahead, you know, after someone like KSO has presented, there will be, obviously, like you've seen, a lot of heat in the room. So it's important to cool it down with some ice. So I would like to take this exercise, and it will be interactive. I want everybody to take part out of it. Well, if you go back to the slide, the title page, okay, we have leadership development. Under leadership, we have a couple of letters. And under development, we also have some letters, okay? So I want us to get our pens and paper and then jot down the letter that is common to both words. So for example, under leadership, we have L. And under development, we have L as well. So let's take those letters that we have, just jot them down and form them into different words. We have 2-3 minutes to do that. And I'll call on anybody to just give me the letters or words that they form from those letters. So I want us to pick letters that are common to both words. No repetition. I know E appeared a couple of times, so just pick E as one. Are we together?
All right.
I'm actually looking for a particular word. But there are a couple of, I don't want Scrabble words, but just form whatever you can form with them. Bewa? Rotary and Bewa?
Sir?
It would be nice to, okay, I can't see them because I'm sharing, you are sharing the screen. I would have loved to see faces of people. No collaborations. Those online too, I'll call on you to give me your words so everybody is involved. We have about a minute more. I can see some people collaborating, no collaboration. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have volunteers that want to tell us the words that they've scribbled down? Do we have volunteers?
You need volunteers to give an answer?
Yes, sir. Just tell us the words that you've jotted down, the meaning, if there is any meaning to any word that you can pick or that you picked out from there.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Yes. Well, I have about 4 lecturers that according to the words here. Leadership, development, building, thereabout. I have which is common to all the words. L, D, and P. So ELDP.
Did you get that?
Okay, ma. Okay, ma.
You need
Any
more
other?
volunteers? Okay.
Leadership and development. Leadership and development.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
Oshi, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. But I didn't hear what he said, sir.
Okay, let's take another person, please. Just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's LED. LED is common in both leadership and development. So we have LED in leadership, then we have LED also in development. So LED is a word that can be found on it. LED, I didn't say LED. I was trying to read.
LED.
Did you get that?
Yes, I did. Let's have two more inputs, one online and one physically.
Proceed.
DE. L is common, D is common, P is common, and E.
Did you get that?
No, what did he? What I didn't get the word. What word did
He
he?
said L D E. L is common, D is common, P is common, and E is common.
So what word did he form out of it?
That's not English.
Okay, so let's take someone online. My president, let's take someone online, sir.
For the 2 words, L is common. You can see L in leadership and development. Then you can see E in leadership and development. Then you see P. So my word is led.
Okay. She said it again. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so
The word is split. See, there is P, there is L, there is E, there is T. The word is split. Split.
E-L-E-A-D. Okay, my engine, you can go on.
okay, I'd like to thank everyone for your inputs. Just like you have also rightly observed, the words that we can pull out of there, or the letters that we can pull out of there, are E, L, I-E, L, D, and P. Okay, Those are the 4 letters that we can pull out of there. So it will be right if somebody has said led, but that's without the P. I said form a word with those 4 letters. Okay, so the word that is here is pled, which is a past participle of pled, or plead rather, pled. Are you with me? We are going somewhere. So do we all agree? Okay, I can hear my senior colleague, Rotary past president, Afelogun. So I want us to keep that word, because at the end of this session, we'll correlate it, it will refer to our submission. So let's please keep that word. I plead with us to keep that word. Okay, so let's go on with the slide. And thank you for taking part in the exercise. The next slide, please. Okay, so leadership development, that is a hub that I'm meant to speak about today, is actually a process. And it is a process that is continuous with respect to training, developing, and improving leader skills. Why do we have to do that? It's because basically we want to work better as a team and drive organizational performance. By driving organizational performance, we are securing sustainability of that organization. And that's over time. And so it is important to note that leadership development is vital rather than being optional or discretional. And so that's why I would ask a question at this point. Omole-Golden is a club of about an over 100 membership. How many are we that are present at this retreat? Virtually and physically, how many are we? Mr. President, sir.
36.
36.
36, both online and physical.
So it will mean that if we say we are 100, for example, it will mean that 36% of us are actually concerned about the growth of our club. Because this exercise that we are having, the retreat, is for all members. And it has been made so seamless and welcoming that you can be physically present and virtually present. It would make a lot of sense to me to say at least 80% of us should be present, both physical, when we accumulate physical and virtual. But as we speak, it's just 36%. Of course, we would expect that some would join later, which is not ideal in the real sense, because this is a serious business. We've had a session already on finance, and I know what I've gained out of the session. So this exercise itself is a leadership development exercise. There is a theory in this fair, which is the 70-20-10 rule, where it states that 70% of leadership skills are learned through experience or experiences. 20% is through relationship. And then the last 10% is just through formal trainings. So it is important, we should applaud the organization that we are in, Rotary International, that has mandated us to periodically have this kind of gathering to develop ourselves. Even though we are all leaders, leadership training is continuous. So this takes me to this slide, which speaks to leadership development has been a process of helping individuals to develop the skills and knowledge needed to lead successful teams and organizations. We'll be making a lot of references to Rotary International and Rotary as a whole, because the plan, Rotary as an organization is well structured and has embedded in its processes leadership development all through. And that's why today in this meeting, we have our president, we have past presidents, we have our president, we have incoming presidents, and in some cases, president-elect or president's, what's it called? Nominee. But even beyond the presidential parole, we also have leaders, because the organization has structured it in a way that even before you are nominated as a president, you would have held 1, 2, 3 leadership role in the organization. That is structurally preparing you for tasks ahead and challenges ahead as a leader, because leadership is a process that is continuous. We have so many of our leaders there that have served as president, and today they are serving in the district. When we take it even beyond our club, we have district leaders that are even serving beyond the district. So in this organization, it is clear that leadership is continuous and we value it as such. Leadership development teaches how to manage emotions, think strategically, and make sound decisions under pressure. It is important as a leader to have good communication and interpersonal skills, which obviously helps us in taking decisions as we solve problems that we encounter in our processes or in our paths as being a leader. Leadership development helps us to understand the culture and value of each organization. So beyond Rotary, even in our private organizations that we lead, it is leadership development, through leadership development, that you understand the cultures and value. You can't lead in any environment where you don't even understand the culture and values. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this takes me to the importance of leadership and development. And I'll be speaking to this, just like I said, making references to our experience in Rotary as Rotary members. Next slide, please. I cannot overemphasize the fact that this process is continuous and helps us sustain the culture of the organization. Wherever you go to in the world today, when it comes to Rotary, the processes are the same. you join as a member and immediately you are structured into a group or a committee, as it were. That is in preparing you for the leadership role in Rotary itself. Even though you are coming in as a CEO, as a business owner, as a chartered accountant, as whoever, as a professional, because the club itself is made up of professionals, business leaders. But even when you now get into Rotary, you still have to follow the ropes, hence developing you for leadership in that role. So it builds a continuous culture. I've been privileged to serve as president. There are some people that are in this room that will be presidents even after our president nominee. And the process of getting to that spot remains the same. The culture remains the same. Before you are even nominated, you must have served in one or two portfolios, preparing you for leadership, thereby ensuring that that culture is sustained. So a team with a strong culture can be more creative, productive, oriented in the right direction, and innovative than one without it. So Rotary is existing today. We celebrated 118th or 19th year as an organization. What do you think has kept us for this long? It is because the culture is continuous. And there is a flow in sustaining the development across line. It's also important to note that leadership development help us to attract and retain talent. Like I mentioned, seated in that room are presidents, potentials, and existing and past presidents. Seated in that room are distinguished district leaders, present, past, and prospective. This kind of initiative that we're having retreat, is developing us into that space as well. This process is retaining us as leaders. What this process is identifying is also saying that we are talents, and Rotary has identified us worthy. That's why you are the secretary of the club. That's why you are the chairman of one committee. That's why you are the president of the club. So it's important that we keep ourselves relevant by developing ourselves continuously. Please, let's go to the next slide. Another key importance of leadership development is that it prepares us. We're ever ready. I remember in this our club, even though I was not there, but I heard that we had leadership issue at one point where the president sent in a letter of resignation or whatever, and PP Akamo had to come in. He would not have been picked if he did not have the qualities and has not developed in that line. The system, the club, the organization itself has positioned us to follow that flow so that at every point in time, we are ready to take leadership. And that's why when you join the club, you are also infused into a committee. And in that committee, you also learn and you are saddled with responsibilities to take charge. The club is so structured that even when you serve as a committee chair, you give reports. Preparing you for more leadership opportunities and challenges. Leaders need to provide clear guidance, directions, and so that our team can continue to function effectively even after they leave. So Rotary itself has a structure that helps us to sustain all of this. And I can't overemphasize that even in our club, we followed it strictly. And that's why the club is growing. Because we are preparing ourselves in different posts for successive leadership. There is no point in time that we have issues with who becomes our president in the recent past. Now we have president nominee, and of course, as we are there are president nominee designates, prospective. Because Rotary is a collective of prospective of leaders, not even prospective, because we are all leaders. Additionally, organizational leadership development helps create line of succession, just like I've mentioned. If what it ensures that qualified people are ready to take over at any point in time, because change is inevitable. Let's go to the next slide, please.
We have like 3 minutes to the end of this presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. So leadership development also gives us competitive advantage. The truth is, we can't go through all of this process and say we won't have quality leadership in our club. There are some clubs that don't exist today. There are some clubs that are struggling today. If you find out, it's because there are all of these processes, cultures are not maintained in their club. There's no way we would have a structured organization that follows and respect processes like ours and like we do in our club that we won't survive, and it won't give us competitive edge. In the district today, they say our club is very vibrant. It is because we have followed that process of continuously developing our members and preparing ourselves for leadership role. So leadership development qualifies us for competitive advantage. Let's go to the next slide, please. Few ways to lead leadership development. This I can confidently say we've been doing in our club. And this goes beyond club metrics. This is applicable in all organizations. One is executive coaching. Executive coaching is, in this term, refers to how you position yourself for the career journey. You come in as a manager and you have the vision of leading the team as a managing director. You come into the club as a member and you instantly have the vision of leading the club. The other one is one-on-one mentorship. In our club today, when you come in, you have a mentor. You can't have all of these processes in place and you say you are not prepared for the future. And even beyond the club assigning someone as mentor, you yourself also would have picked or identified someone within the club that is mentoring you directly. And we all know what it means to mentor. The next one is on job training. And that's what this speaks to, why you are always engaged by placing you in a committee. Because you can't, it's easier to learn when you experience it. You face the challenges, you know what the issues are, and you know you work the solutions out. So our club has been very fair in that space by giving us assignments. It's now left to us as individuals to take ownership and responsibility in that space. We are in the digital age now, so artificial intelligence coaching is also key. Preparing for this slide also, I had to do some research and go online and do this. But with artificial intelligence, I can just ask, what are the values of leadership development? How can I develop myself to becoming the leader that I desire? So these are ways that we can adopt in growing ourselves or in developing ourselves into that leadership space. Please, can we go to the next slide? Next slide, Bewa. So in conclusion, next slide. The next slide is the conclusion. There is a clear need for leadership development at all times. And I want to congratulate all of us that are here, seated, and that are here virtually, for creating time to be part of this process. Like I mentioned, this is one of the processes that aids leadership development. It is especially true in teams facing increasing complex and competitive environment like ours. We have how many clubs all over? And our club remains very vibrant in our own district. From our own district, we have almost all of our past presidents serving at the district level. So this is a result of development, leadership development that has been invested in us. It's one thing to have the process, it's another thing for us as individuals to also take ownership of it. So in closing, in maximizing the potentials that we have and achieving the great success that is ahead of us, I want to take that word from the initial slide or initial exercise and use it as a verb that it is, and say, I plead with us to take advantage of the processes that we have to continuously develop us as leaders of this great society and organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then PP or Shiniposi, he has shared with us the need for us to, he pleaded with us that we should take leadership development important. Some of the takeaways include committee membership should be a training ground for all the students. If you are part of any committee, make sure you learn, because very soon be your turn or beyond that. He also informed us of the succession at Rotary, which is also very common in my club. Must have been a member of the policy, must have been a chairman of the policy, or leadership opportunity. And he also said qualified details must be ready to lead at any time. He gave an instance that I'm hearing for the first time after being in this job for 10 years. That there was a time the president resigned. The people that come out to take over. Also told me that it was less than 3 months. When the president resigned, I just asked and he left. Okay. The president was accident, but he did it. The most important thing that I want to take away is that you must be ready to do at any time. Then he also dropped different types of training and coaching, executive coaching, one-on-one. You know, all of us, when we came in, we were assigned mentors. Those mentors that you need to want to ask any question. You don't need to wait for the next fellowship or the next training. Your mentor, you call him at any point in time to ask a question, and he's obliged to answer you. So that is the essence of having mentors in the club. And then we also have artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the next thing in the world now. You ask any question online, you get an answer. So we want to thank people for the time you left. That time is very important to you. This 24 hours you are supposed to be with Madame in the other place or wherever she is celebrating her birthday. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So do you want to take like 2 or 3 questions? Any question? Any question on leadership? Okay. My PP, you have the time to go and do all other things.
Okay.
Take care of
My president, sir.
yes,
Let me also use this opportunity once again to thank you for the honor to do this. I'm not qualified in any ramification to do this, but based on the fact that I have senior colleagues, experienced business entrepreneurs in the room that I'm also learning from. But you've given me the chance to also just speak. I thank you for giving me the chance, and thank the club members for the audience as well. And more importantly, let me say thank you. We've received a lot of messages as we speak. My wife is still sleeping. We're about 3 a.m. where I am now. And so I'll relate all the messages to her when she wakes up. Thank you very much for the love, and God bless us.
Okay, thank you very much for making her to sleep very well. Thank you very much. And let me also, on the lighter note, also tell you that you are very qualified. You can see when you give us a question, how many of us were able to answer it? So you are a qualified teacher. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. So distinguished Rotarians, I think we'll take the next one. This time, Ajay Ibiroke has 2 presentations. She will take one now and take the other one later. So which one do you want to take now, ma'am? The clubhouse issue or the weekend? Weekend, okay. We'll take for the next 20 minutes a presentation on We Care in Rotary. Then you can ask questions thereafter. Please put your hands together for Ajay Ibiroke.
Morning, hello, go there, Rotarians. My topic is very simple, and I would like us to do an exercise now, like maybe or she did. The topic is We Care, just 2 words. But I will first make it personal, and I will ask us all to define how we feel and what is I care. We all I care. So each of us should tell me what it means, what you understand, I care. So before we go to we care is a general word that is applicable to Rotary. So let me start from the middle. Madam Odubela. I'm just going to pick you randomly. So what do you understand by I care? You. My place. Just enjoy it as you
Observation. All right. My very dear one, it's clear that there's an assumption on your part that we understand, we care. Yeah. As a general, but it's clear that it may not. You understand, and so in order to help this out, because it's asking, we care, I care. Do you understand? So please, let's clarify. If old member, it only shows that she may not attain attention enough.
Why that's different from the topic? For people, big people, random, the people that not built to the ground. In fact, that's the essence. So you just tell me, which understand I care. You personally have been handling I care. Have been affection to something, holding something almost important, and appreciate realizing that I care. Yeah. I'm thinking about you, I like it about more. Just fine. When I say I care for you. I care for my community. I care for people around me. I care for people I see. People that come across me. I care for them.
I think it's a massive, wicked, revolves around feeling concern or interest and providing for the needs of something or other. So that's all the definition.
I just think one more.
Not monitoring.
So I want some time, and I think we know where we're going. Let's speak. So because what concerned us with this caring is about the fact that we are all Rotarians. And let's see what Rotary says about how we should care for each other. So next slide. Well, the We Care program, it's a program. We care, we all have listened to each of us defining I care, how I wish I could care for you, the caring aspects of our own personal self, the way we will do it to others, or even care for ourselves. Because some people neglect themselves at the expense of their own person to do more, even to others. However, that's the way Rotary says we should handle the WeCare program. So that's in the essence. We are all Rotarians who want to see what exactly do with Rotary put together before they can come up with that particular program of WeCare. So the WeCare is a program designed to substantially raise the level of caring between the members of a Rotary club and those who visit club meetings. That is very clear. That is a program. Rotary is a service organization with so much areas of service to community outsiders. But they never neglect the people that does that to outsiders. They are putting a program that should cater for even members. And how do we channel that? How do we handle that? Are we doing that aspect the way that we have been admonished to do it? Are we taking the steps that have been laid out for us? Are we even doing it well? That's the essence of that. Well, you know who are the visitors of the club? Our guests, prospective members, speakers, and visiting Rotarians. Well, there are 5 elements to the program. The first one is a general chairman or chairperson, of which we have. We have WeCare chairperson or chairman. That we are doing well. We have nominated them. So the schedule of work is, are they doing what they are meant to do? Are they following the rules? Are they applying what they are meant to do? We'll come to that. Number 2, out of the 5 basic elements, an attendance committee that quickly determines why members are absent at meetings. The benefit of this will lead to much attendance level. Well, attendance committee, do we have it? Well, you may say it's imbibed in some other committees, but it is essential. That is why the Rotary itself has recommended it, that we should have attendance committee. And because when we have that, it is from there we will know those that are not coming to meetings. Immediately we address it. And once we address it, that person will feel loved and we know that we really care. So if we have, most of these things are picked from the WeCare booklets. Most of these I'm talking is not just picked from abstracts. Yes, they are picked from what Rotary, particularly this 9110, put together as WeCare program. Another one is a fellowship committee that encourages real camaraderie among the people present at the club meeting. A fellowship committee. Well, we have most of our committees, but we feel this is too minor. But when you have such in place, we have occasional situation where we have guests coming in. We don't even know who they are. They will sit with us. We play a lot of risk with that. But if we have fellowship committee, as you are coming in, they are profiling you. They want to know who are you? What are you here for? They want to sit you right. They want to tell you what to do. They want to attend to you. Yes, it is recommended by Rotary that those committees should be in place. An indoctrination committee responsible for making sure that the new members have good understanding of the major aspects of Rotary. Do we have that? Well, we will say we have it in a way, because that could be related to our mentorship arrangements, where we have new members being assigned with a mentor. But how much of mentoring are the mentors doing? How much mentoring are they passing? Some people, if I ask from this thing, who their mentors are, I'm sure they will not know. A simple test. And I'm going to do it. Rotary, who is your mentor? I've never given one. At the beginning. Then you feel when she's a born Rotarian because she's I mean, she's been in the family of Rotary since very young. Am I right? So we will say maybe from the family on her 50. But imagine her not having a mentor, and she just knows, she feels once she connects, she's speaking, and she feels it should be. So I want to I look at Rotary. I'm sorry, the name may not be. That is another way. We don't even know each other. Yes, thank you. Is it the spirit? So let's find yes, who is your mentor?
Well, sorry, my past president. My mentor.
What does it right?
Mentor. I really had a meeting with my mentor. I went to visit the office. And we had about 2 hours discussion.
You are lucky. Maybe, let me go my gentleman, Femi, who is your mentor?
So I don't have any mentor since I joined. I think a year plus now.
Presley, which tenure? Is it tenure or a tenure? Imagine.
Maybe beyond the issue of care, I want to say that we are having some assumptions that maybe we are following some process, but I want to say that for benefit of people that just joining us, there are some packages that we were not able to pass across, or so maybe
We'll come to that. Well, 2 people don't have mentor, and they are with us. They assume things, they do things the way they just know, they learn on their own. That's not what this Rotary is all about. Well, now that is one of the committees that we need to put in place, indoctrination committee. Another one is a member service committee. A member service committee, most of these things you may say, oh, committee, because Rotary is all about doing things in the way that everybody feels loved and belonged. A lot of committees that we have are just committee to go and do projects, committee to go and read this, committee that the committee that will take care of each and every one of us, and we don't have them in place. So a member service committee that has these members who are experiencing serious problems. Poor health, tears up in the family, job loss, marital problems, difficulties with children, and of what I said to discuss. This particular aspect, a member service committee. Well, we have a care committee, much of what has been highlighted here are they doing? How much of that are they really doing? Are they channeling the We Care program the way it's meant to be done? I will say no, total no. And to move on, I think we need to correct this, and that's why this topic is coming up. Again, a We Care program properly administered about a substantial rise in the morale of the club members. And this in turn will result in a club that provides increased service to others. And most members are more happier with their Rotary experience. Is that not true?
Correct.
Hence, the goal of the We Care program, the goal is to substantially increase the level and quantity of service Rotarians provide for or to fellow club members and to visitors. Well, to visitors, but I'm more particularly interested in what do we do to our own members under We Care. We assume that everybody that joins Rotary are supposed to be millionaires. Before you join Rotary, you are supposed to be good, you are financially, you are wealthy, and sometimes we neglect each other. Even in visiting, even in calling, even in caring, we neglect. We don't see any of us for a whole month. We just feel it's normal. That is not We Care. It shows, in fact, I would say totally, giving Omole-Golden a percentage, we are just 20%. We are not going to do it. I can tell you that because we channel our We Care program wrongly. We are here now, look at us. A club of 400 and something members. We have something that will benefit us. See the few of us that we feel, oh, is it not just anything? It's social. You come and say, well, it's good. I don't condemn social, but it shouldn't be at the detriment of what we have to do for each other. So let's go further. Well, this kind of doubt, that Rotary is a service club that have outstanding community projects. Those generally involve, that have community projects, and this involves assisting the youth, handicapped persons, senior citizens, people experiencing economic problems. But in far too many clubs, there are an area where service frequently is poor or lacking between members themselves and our visitors. Yes, that is the basic truth. A lot. I used to say that most of the time we have to do projects. It's been highlighted. It is like Rotary. But how much of that care that we give to community do we give to ourselves? A lot of us are facing a lot of things. I remember one of our members, well, she has not been coming anymore, or she's been terminated. This particular person, when she joined, well, now that you know it's a female, I would have used, I don't want to use that. But anyway, when she joined, she was coming in spending dollars. And we're all enjoying it. She'll come when she travels, she'll come, she'll spend this, she'll do that in dollars, and she came in finally to settle back in Nigeria, and things went somehow. The next thing we do was, well, I don't know much of effort we put to see what she was going through. But well, there's no room for further to get to her, and she was terminated. We could not even remember when she was bringing in so much dollars. A lot of us have done that. On the SAA, I'm not condemning that, it's good. It's part of what makes us strong. But a lot of us, we spend 100,000 when we're still rolling annually. What is our priority? How do we place them? Next slide. The We Care program should operate basically in two major specific areas. So I want the We Care chair of the committee to take note of this. One, relationship between club members, especially those who are experiencing serious problems, could be personal, family, financial, business, personal health, family, etc. Then the second one is the relationship between club members and visitors. Well, like I said, the emphasis is more on club members. Even though visitors are going to be our prospective members, but once you are in, how much of love do we put across to those that are members? How much of care do we put across to each other? Do we sincerely love each other? Is it not that we are family? Once you are here, in fact, this is the reason why I kept on being members of this place, because I see a lot of us as one big family. How much of care do we know? Do we go background to see things and ask questions? Even if we don't want people to know, how much of that do we do? It's not just our concern. Well, a well-channeled care programs, we do the following to members. When the stronger club, if our care program is well-channeled, we have a very strong club. More members and better retention. I know some of those that left, some of them complaints are, well, they don't care, they don't do this, they don't do that. But it would have retained more members if we channel this care program appropriately. Well, a more enjoyable club, higher morale, greater loyalty, then more friendship. A club like this, some people don't even know how to mingle. They come in and they find some like minds, and they are doing well. Increase self-respect and self-esteem. Those are the things a good, well-articulated care program will do for us. The realization that you're a better person because you are helping others. A well-articulated care program, we do that for us. Members experiencing service troubles, we particularly gain because they will receive help and guidance. Definitely. People will be willing, they want to come, they want to make this place a home. They want to make this place another place that they feel so relaxed. They feel that, oh, a priority within the club. My next person is a friend, cares so much for me. But sometimes you see a lot of people in Rotary, they just say, well, you just have a place to relax. Let me go and laugh and go back. It shouldn't be that. It should be more than that. You should feel secure. You should feel wanted. You should feel that, oh, if I go there, well, part of my problem will be solved. It's not just coming to laugh on the surface and the look that you have in you still go with you. No. The person who really cares about others and truly helps them always get more than the person helped. I'm sure we all know that. I want to repeat that. The person who really cares about others and truly helps them always get more than the person helps. The Robert said, okay, no, if you give, your heart will remain up. If you don't give, it will remain down. So the person helping, caring, will gain more. Because psychologically, even spiritually, you have more blessings when you give more and when you care more. Well, let me give a few suggestions before I round up. I just have two that could be open into so many general aspects. Well, the few ones I had, so if we care program, I said the committee listed on page 1, those are the 4 committees. Even if you are going to make them, if they are to what, they have different roles. Their roles are not the same. So it does not cost us. We have a lot of members that can handle that. And you will see that there will be a lot more improvements in our care program. All I've said in these 6 pages, you will see that even within the Rotary circle, it is now mentioned that we should be 110% on social payload. Social is good, but those socials, we should weigh them. We should weigh them. Are they not contrary to, are they not bringing some dissections among members? You do this for this person, you close eyes for this person, and then you feel every other person will be happy. So I think we need to correct that now. Then I want to suggest that a WeCare fund stroke account should be created where members are encouraged to voluntarily donate into that particular fund to celebrate God's goodness. A lot of you may know, you may do it secretly, you may do it openly. We come in here, we celebrate our birthdays, we take the money, they put it in SA, part of project. Well, we should channel it directly for welfare, for WeCare. The fund can serve as help for those who are in need among members. I also experienced some people owing. Your alternative is the reason why you're Rotarian. But you can find some people still owing their annual due. They will call them to do this, and they will do neglecting why they're. If you donate 100,000 as 1 million, so what is not? What's the core reason why you're Rotarian? You'll be surprised that before the end of the year they will delete you. So set your priority list. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to everyone. It is natural for president to clap last. That was why people have to join him to help me clap on the rest. Thank you very much, man. I think this WeCare presentation is very provocative. It has shaken the table. And if we say we should be talking about it till the end, we'll open so many things. But the takeaways are so strong. She talked about raising level of care. That is what WeCare is all about. That WeCare is expected to take care of members, expected to take care of guests, expected to take care of Rotary prospects, and also visiting Rotarians. That is the work of our WeCare chair and our team. She rated our WeCare in Omole-Golden to be 20%. I disagree with that, but I disagree too, that our WeCare is 20%. The only thing, because that 20%, we still have surplus percentage on some aspect of WeCare that if we had it to eat, it's higher than that. But don't let us open the book, but I know it's more than 20%. So she also talked about sustainable WeCare, that we should be able to make sure that our WeCare is not something we do in a flash. It's something that we should be able to do on a sustainable basis. She said that WeCare should have chairman in leadership. We should have a section for taking care of attendance. That really strikes me. There should be, the WeCare team should have a unit that takes care of members' attendance on a weekly basis. That we've been having 42–45% in attendance. The remaining, we know those who are in diaspora join us online. But those who normally attend physically, we should keep a track of them. She also said the WeCare team should also follow up on fellowship. And people, I know this also goes to membership as well. Make sure that people really enjoy fellowship. What is it that they don't like there? We talk about timing, whether we stay too long and all that. They can work that together. And then she also talked about mentorship. Is our mentorship system working? She has questions about people, whether they have mentors or not. Some said they have, some said they don't have. The one that strikes me was the one, Tola. Tola is old enough to be a mentor to somebody. She says she does not have a mentor. They can take care of that at the appropriate time. She also mentioned members' service, that there should be a unity with care that takes care of member service. If people have issues, we should be able to, because that also speaks to what happened this Rotary year, that we are at a loss at the time. We did not see a member. We tried to get across to that member, we couldn't get across. There's some people, one or two Rotarians who know what is happening to that person. And because the person has said, don't share this information with somebody else. And that becomes a very serious thing for the club leadership. So you have to navigate it to get to know all that. But if there's a unit that takes care of that, we won't have that kind of arrangement. The only one, please let me appreciate ITI. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, I know we care is very, 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 very important to us. We'll take questions. The comments should be short. Let's just take 2-3 questions so that we, and I will mostly take from new Rotarians. Our old Rotarians should solve themselves. Okay, we'll take care of the old ones when we finish with the new Rotarian.
Something we should take rather than serious, and I will start two things. One of the major reasons why I joined this particular, although he doesn't know why I became a member, was the action. I think as president, material, yes, one. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He won't know. So the normal thing was that when you come, you have to attend 3 times. First thing was I was sitting right, ordered or I don't know, you began to eat. And you look beside me and said, you greeted me. You said, is this my first time? I know you don't remember. He said, is this my first time? I said, yes. He said, what do I care for? I said, I'm first. He said, you emphatically said, no, that you have to take something. And you told me, so, I mean, the people would care me. One of these students, why I said, now, second, my own mentor. I was trying to help people about somebody. She sent me a couple of things 2 days or 2 or 3 days after, which I used to show them the truth. You didn't see me. I mean, this was you didn't see me the week after. On the Sunday, she said, "Eka say that we miss you at the meeting." Then after, so I'm surprised. I mean, you should take this mentorship thing very. She's an instrument. She's also an instrument. Why I'm coming to this?
Okay, best there.
What she said was Rotary acronym. And if we get the one thing I've noticed about this, when I was telling somebody, I said that because before I joined Rotary, I actually shot that. And one thing I like is the cordiality from yes, no, you sir. Yes. You will come, you will see when he's coming, he will greet you. We met at Sinatra, he greeted me, began to discuss with me. And these are things that we should encourage. When we do that, it will foster membership.
Oh, really? After that. President.
Percy, then,
Yeah.
okay, my out of 2 points, one comment. My comment is that with regards to what you said, they think the care has performed 20%. That was the question. And we heard a lot of people. My suggestion is that use the opportunity, send us the swaps of paper round and go right on this, and then each person writes exactly what they think, how many percentage they think they can have. I think it will help us to have an idea of this percentage. My question is, when the election started, the first paragraph was the definition, and the definition mentioned that we care is about everything else except members. Mention new members, first members, speaker, and so on and so forth. Guests and so on. And I thought to myself, wow, that's interesting, because I always thought it was more for members than the other way around. And I thought that was the definition, because she got it from Rotary documents. But later on, like she said, it's about members. So I said, wondering, okay, so there needs to be more, there needs more clarity. That's that line.
Any other, I think we take all of them. I for one love this presentation because it's talking about much about us. However, and I love what New said also that we should take like deadline today and actually find out how we pay these guys. However, because it's a lecture, we will, and if the facts are not very well, we need questions here. That's when he said that I mean, yes, it's her opinion, and I don't know from which, maybe she, what are the sources, or maybe the parameters before she got that 20%. But we feel that that's very wrong. Does not simplify how we are. And again, what I'm talking so much about is that I know that it's a small thing of things, and I know the chair too. She commented that this kind of comment came up in that platform, and I think that's not the issue. Actually, that did not take comment. I felt that maybe we do or something, See, there's no way. I doubt that any club is for 100% in terms of here. I doubt it. Because we are humans and we falter one way or the other. But I give it to us as a Omole-Golden. When we try, probably we'll get maybe like, maybe if you give us like a 60 or 70, 50 or 70. Yeah, 50. That's I don't think the parameters I'm using for me myself. Because however, everybody went for one reason or the other. You understand? I'm enjoying myself. But I know that people that is one has killed me. Don't let me come to my house, do anything. Was that because again, let me step up the narrative but talk about him. I know some things that we keep trying to say that we don't really think about it. Let's be careful so that we don't really talk this thing. Okay, so we take 2 more.
Volunteer President Secretariat. I think I'll jump into the remark session, not the question. Now, but the remark is, you see, this mentor-mentee relationship is a function, it takes two to tango. If you say that people don't love you, and you love somebody, it's not as simple. I want us to meditate on that one. I recall that I have something to do sometimes, and I have very large turnout, and still after Lagos. And so when I came, I was thanking people, and my very good friend or brother, who said, "It's because it's you." So it's something personal. If you want people to befriend you, then you befriend them. Otherwise, you will just be chasing the shadow. And the person trying to give care will get discouraged over time if the response he or she is dead. It's not that encouraging. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last. Okay, we'll take you, then we'll take a few minutes for the last question.
Thank you very much, President. I want to talk about the care. You know, in this club, I happen to be one of the beneficiaries of the care of this club. And I've gone so far, not only in this club, my family and every other person around me knows about Omole-Golden because of the care that the Rotary Club did for me personally. And I have a issue, a very serious I want you members to know that. You know, our club is going like this. This happened in 2016. I was unfortunately kidnapped, and I was in the kidnapper then for like 6 days. And there and then, it's only Rotary Club of Omole-Golden. I have somebody that is like a brother. It's not like he's a brother. I was the first person I called. It's no other person that PhD now. And when I called him, it was him that I knew that he can understand my language. When I say he understands what I was going to say. And no, he rallied around. I think this model was the president there. Yes. I remember when there was a Christmas party that was shared because of this. Yeah. So our club is not a club that just sit there. But maybe now my TV and my mom's view, and she thinks that we can do better than what we are. But especially, I know David Oladi, you know him very well, and it's not somebody that so that would have to the extent that she's coming here to stay. So it's not the club as a but me.
Thank you very much. I'll take pretty last.
What everybody has. One, when I was not supposed to be a member of this club, but I told the person that wrote let me come here first. If I don't enjoy the books, then I will. When I came, I started with the KSP. And what me to the same way everybody John bought for him. And I enjoyed the fellowship, I enjoyed the essay. And subsequently, the party galore of the thing, I was enjoying it. And I was able to blend as fast as I could, and you know, everything was going on well. And then when I was down last year, I was shocked at the turnout in my house. Even my mom came to my house with a pot of soup, and I received so many things delivered to my house. Everybody would call me, they would ask after me. So anytime my husband wants to talk, everything like, go to him, Lord. So we stop talking because we realize that I'm into it already. So he said it's like a cup. I said it's not like a tea. So don't bother yourself because our cultism. So everybody to around me knows. And then I have a junior sister who's also in Rotary. But I can assure you, she wishes she's here because I don't know what they do there. But I give it to Omole-Golden anytime, any day, anywhere. I am proud to be a member of the club.
What does it take back the 20%?
Thank you. I don't think we want to go too far because it's like, you know, in some schools, pass, if they want to give you pass, it will be 50%. In some schools, pass is 40. In some schools, pass is 60. I remember my children going to a particular primary school at the time. For you to move to the next class, you must have 60 in all the subjects. So I think that is what that guy is praying for. We'll take one online question. I think BP Chris and Abi all the way from Canada want to say something. Please, Abi, can we have this?
All right. Good morning, fellow Rotarians. I just want to make a comment and at the same time ask a question. As regards our performance in terms of welfare, I believe we have not done badly. Since I joined the club, I think we've only ever been there to support our members. But what I think could probably be an issue is our membership recruitment. From my days as a president, I observed that people come in intentionally because they want help, and I think we should be able to separate that. Yes, we should reach out to everybody, but when somebody joins the club intentionally because you are coming in because you want to be helped, that for me is a no-no. So we should be able to draw that line. And for people that joined doing well and along the line things, turn the other way for them, I think we need to do more in that regard. People that gave their best when in their active days financially and a turn down of fortune, I think we need to look into that area. And also, for those of us in diaspora, I want to ask my president, what We Care program do you have for us? We pay our dues, we contribute to everything we do back home. Is there any We Care program for diasporans? It's lonely here. So most of you don't even call us, but when you want to collect our dues, you have a way of reaching out to us. We shouldn't just be a number on the membership list. There should be a program for people in diaspora. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. For those who are, for the Rotarians that are new, Chris Alabi is an award-winning president of this club. He was, I think he was president 2014, 2015. That was the year I was inducted into the club. So if we have to do We Care for Chris, I think it's only the council. The council members should find a way of appointing a mentor for a past president that will also serve as We Care for him.
Because this is something that is slowly I will know. And that, like, yeah, see, for big man, we have people, not only me, people in diaspora. How do we care for them? How do we make them, once in a while we come to them? How do we make them?
Yes, in 3 minutes. Let's go to one. In 3 minutes.
I think what we want to do by seeing every guy. I want was here 2 months ago, and I pleaded with him that he come to the meeting. Myself, and I pleaded with him that he should come for the meeting, and he promised that he would come. See, I'm scared of that, because there is no next comes around.
Okay. I think the reason would be because you are not here for it. So much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Say that I'm a lecturer and I'm not a very good without arts. For those that are engaging to the associate level, I'm not a very good giver of maths, so that you can improve better. That is the essence. And I'm happy that it has generated very good responses from all of us. When I said 20%, fine. If I said 80%, maybe there won't be anything. People will not say anything, they will be jumping. Yes, fine. I will review that opinion. The comment of our people is the only thing we can do for people in our school is to ensure that we get involved with them on a regular basis. Their personal friends, they should call them regularly and they should respond. Please, if you are hearing me, when some of us call you, you will not be called. Also, we need to help us to help you. Some of them in diaspora, let's out to them as often as possible. Then, same way every other person. I want to those that have been doing well to continue doing it well. But those of us that have not been doing it well, we will improve on them. It is not like we are not doing well. But we cannot sit down and say, hey, we will relax. We can still do better. The mentor-mentee relationship, we can improve on that. Let's improve on that. I created a platform for all my mentees, and I also give some the platform. A lot of us, the mentors who also bring up things that they want to learn. So let's improve on how we mentor those that are assigned to us. Well, somebody mentioned that we do things behind the scene. There are lots of us do that. I want to say that out of the suggestion I made that we should create an account. If you are doing something behind the scene, let us also do it within the cover of that webcam or media account, so that at least that can reach out to as many people as possible. My percentage, 20%, I will increase it to 45%. If I don't put that very low percent, we will not hear what we do like this morning, but we can also do better. Well, I don't know any other thing. Definition. Okay, let me quickly tell my Rotary crewmate that since you did not listen to that definition very well. The definition of care emphatically on members, and I will read it again. The We Care is a program designed to substantially raise the level of caring between the members of Rotary Club. And that is exactly what it said. Exactly. Let them show it. It is the same thing. Between the members of Rotary Club, just meeting. Okay, I want to emphasize on the members. Not wherever you know that the visitor, every other person, they have another way to how to treat them. It's another whole election. But what I was about how we care for us, the members. So that definition is not talking about outside that, it's talking of we members that we should care for each other. Let's see what we've been doing well good. Those areas that we are lacking, let's improve on them. Thank you very much.
Once again, let's put our hands together for our prayer and thank you very much. Thank you very much. The takeaway for me, certainly for the incoming president, is the fact that we should enlarge our repair team and then put them alongside those thematic areas identified. I think it's not right. We always say it, committee membership should not be by the chairman alone. There should be members and they should be assigned tasks, specified tasks. I think we did one thing this Rotary year that is working for us. For our project team, it is as stated in the bylaw, the vice president should be the chairman project. Then we have a vice chairman in that project whose task is to take care of existing projects, not new projects. And then that has really worked for us to some extent. So we can do the same thing with care, separate functions within the care to those areas. So thank you very much, Hadia, once again. I think what we should take now, we have fundraising, we have membership, it's yet to be here. We have a bylaw, and then we have seeking fund possible investment options. But we want to take blueprints now, so that we can all take to know what's going to happen in the next 2 years. What are the plans? Let the incoming president come and share a plan with us. Happy, please.
Thank you, my president. Good morning once again, fellow Rotarians. Good morning. It's morning.
It's morning.
This is 11:44. Okay.
Please,
Thank you, my imaginative president. Fellow Rotarians, okay, my past president in the House, that is Council of Past Presidents and fellow Rotarians. I'm happy this morning to stand before you and present to you what we are going to be doing in the next coming year. That is it. That is year 2023-2024. Okay. First and foremost, the theme for the next Rotary year is we are going to be creating hope in the world. And that's what we are seeing on the right side of the president. Create hope in the world. That's the theme and that's the logo for the year. And the picture you are seeing is the picture of our incoming RI president. In person of Gordon McNally is our Rotary year president, Rotary president, Rotary International President 2023-2024. Then we have this beautiful picture here. That's our DG, our district governor for the whole year. year 2023-2024, in person of Ife Yinwa, Mr. AJC. Then we go to the call line. The slogan for the coming year is Hope Rotarian. When they say Hope Rotarian, they say creating hope in the world. And of course, the theme is Great Hope in the World. Then we go to our the club officers, which we all of us know all the club officers, but we have it officially here now. The club officer for 2023-2024 Rotary year. We have the president, the person of Rotarian, Veronica Isijola. Our IPP is Nangani Lawal. Our vice president, Rotarian Adepeju Adebote. Then the secretary, Rotarian Martins Kayode. Then the treasurer, Rotarian Abiodun Shoyede. And our SA is Rotarian Dr. Chinedu Waba. Then we go to the member committees that we have. And the first one is membership. Membership committee for incoming year. Our chairperson is Rotarian Kumia Diogosi. And if you don't know him, you can just please can you please be upstanding and let them see you, please. So okay, the vice for that committee is going to be Rotarian Rachel Adeyemi, because the method we are adopting this year is for every committee to have a chair, a vice person, a vice. So, because if the chairman is not around, the vice will be able to take over. When you say you want to report, at times we say the chairman is not around. But if the chairman is not going to be around for one reason or the other, please tell you, they are going to tell their vice and the person will go whatever they want them to go at fellowship. And we also say for every member, for every committee, there must be a resource person for them. For example, now we have this two. We have resource person for this two. We have two resource person for this membership because it's a very powerful. That's the key. You know, it's like one of the strongest committee in Rotary. I cherish this so much. It has to be very, very strong. So we have PhD Kayode Olabi as resource person number one. And we have Rotarian Julio Ogunleye, based on his performance in the past, he did creditably. So he's going to be the second resource person. So we have them already and you know them. We have other Rotarians serving in that. Okay, Rotarian PhD, then okay. Thank you. Some other Rotarians serving in that committee. For the sake of time, we'll not be able to mention all of them. So we'll go to the next committee. Rotary Foundation is a very strong, you know, the engine room of Rotary. So we have, as the chair of that committee, we have June Adioba as the chairman of that committee. Let's clap for all these people because they are going to serve us and we need to encourage them. So the vice person is the Rotarian Morufu Jane Busari. He's not around, but we'll be knowing him later. And our powerful resource person based on experience, based on, you know, level of travel and everything. You know, everybody know him. And when we are talking about Rotary Foundation, this is where we put all our area. This is where we put all our PHM. This is where we put all the money that Rotary is spending. This is where this money comes from. The what do you call it? The project that we did at if I could General Hospital, where that work comes from, is from this Rotary Foundation. So we need strong people in this space. So you can see we have other members there too. So thank you. The next slide. Okay, service projects. The chair for service projects is Rotarian Adepeju Adebote, and I'm sure she's around. Please. That's our chair for service project. Service project is the project that we are going to embark on. She's going to be the one that will be supervising everything. So she's as good as powerhouse. Then vice chair for that is Rotarian Chinedu, Dr. Wabara. Please, can you be upstanding too? Thank you. We have as a resource person in person of our AG, incoming AG, Abiodun Oshinigosi. Then we also have some other Rotarians that will be serving in that committee too. At the lower level, you're going to see monitoring and evaluation, and that person, that Rotarian Olufemi Oladipupo, he's been doing it and he's doing it well. Please be outstanding for him. Then we go to public image. Public image. Rotarian Tokwe Akode is not around, but he is the chair for that committee. And the vice chair is Rotarian Sam Afoiton. We have their resource person, they are here. Resource person 1 is PHIA. We have resource person 2. Rotarian Olayemi Ajile. This, you are a resource person for public image committee. Please, you know them, must they stand? Please, on my page, please stand up for please. So this is the next one is club administration. The chairman for this committee is Rotarian Adeyemi, and the vice president is Rotarian Tosin Ibewa. And we have our resource person in person of PhD Adjusted Identity. And we also have some, none of them, okay, the is around, please, Rotarian Gawa, please. Everybody knows Rotarian Gawa. So the next, we also have other members serving in that committee too. Then we go to service, youth service. Rotarian Shobo Wale Yomi is the chair for that committee. And we have vice chair as Rotarian Adetayo Opatoyibo. Then the resource person for that committee, Rotarian Ajani Spal. Please, can you be outstanding? Patoyibo is not around. Is the charter president for our youth aspect. We also have other Rotarian services serving in that committee. Then history and archive. Our history and archive committee chair is Rotarian Sibalogu. The vice chair is Rotarian Dr. Monmi Bakari. And the resource person for that committee is PhD Akamo. And we also have some other Rotarians serving with them. Next slide, please. Okay, now we'll go to the subcommittee. Next one is DG business. The chairman is Rotarian Dr. Monmi Bakari. The vice president is Rotarian Kumi Adomusi. Rotarian Kumi Adomusi is around. You know him. You know him already. So the resource person is AG Chester Akwasi, and our IPP is the resource too. And we also have other committee members, other Rotarian coming in that capacity. Then installation. The chair for installation is PNG Oguleye. He's doing that already. PNG Oguleye, please let them see you. Yeah, you can't come into this club for this year without knowing PNG Oguleye. The vice for that committee is Rotarian Femi Oladipupo. Please, you know him. Then our resource person is our Mama Rotary. PP, Rotarian PP, our incoming AG, PP is this one. Please, mommy, are you please stand? Thank you. Then family of Rotary. The chair for family of Rotary is Rotarian Tosin. Then the vice is Rotarian Ibrahim Nawal. At the same time, the resource person is also PPT this morning. You know, can we go to the next time? So we have other members serving in that committee. Please, we care. Okay, the chair for we care is Rotarian Rachel Adeyemi, and the vice is Rotarian Adegola. I know my Adegola is around. For we care, you have the vice. Please let's start for him. And our resource person for that committee is PhD Michael Akamo. And we also have other members too. Then international convention. The chair for international convention is Rotarian Princess Oshibote. The vice is Rotarian Rosaro Moses. And the resource person is our PP Ajay. This man, can you let me see? And we also have other Rotarians in that committee. The next one is polio. Polio. Lieutenant Khadija Oshineye is chair for polio and vice chair for that Rotary Bolade. Then the resource person, Rotary Balogun. Also have other Rotarians serving in that committee. Then vocational service. The chair for that is Rotarian and Jani Musibao. And we have the vice person of Rotarian Moro Full John. And the resource person is PP, we also have Rotarians serving in that committee too, as members. Then district conference. The chair of district conference is Rotarian Adetola Ola. If please be upstanding, but I let them see you. Yes. Yes, 100% total package. Then the vice president is Rotarian Olympic Odubela. Yes. The result the chair for international services, Rotarian Yeye Folashadeko. Our vice is Rotarian Chile Guabar, and the resource person is our PP Chris Alabi. Then peace and conflict resolution committee. Chair of that committee is Rotarian Fatai Lasiste. Is there? Thank you, sir. Then we have the vice president, Akiroko Akiola is the vice president. We have two resource persons. We have AG Chester Pasti, and we have PP Tekobale John as the resource person for that committee, peace and conflict resolution. My PP, you are doing well, sir. Can I see you? You're always, you know. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Then the environment. The chair for environment is Rotarian Samuel Imunode, while Rotarian Oshijo Remy is the vice chairman. Can you please be upstanding? Around. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The resource person is PP Favor Maju, and we also have some other Rotarians serving in that committee. My IPP, please.
All right.
Can you please, thank you, my IPP. Let us clap for her, please. Then diversity, equity, and inclusion. The chair for that committee is Rotarian Abiodun. The vice chairman for that committee is Rotarian Aruna Kebira. Rotarian is not around, but Rotarian Kebira is there. Please, can you be upstanding? And my president, my IMP at that time, my imaginative president, is your name, you know, resource person for that committee. Thank you, sir. Then this mental health is new, and we don't even know what it is because it's a new committee. Mental health is why we have mental health is because our incoming president is so particular about well-being of every Rotarian and everybody around us. He wants us to first of all take care of ourselves before we go out to take care of others. He wants us to be mentally balanced, and he said he has special interest in mental health. So every club in District 9110 will have to have a committee that will care for mental health. As we are all like this, all we are just looking at ourselves. Mentally, not everybody that is balanced. It's not about people that are picking something on the So chairman for that committee is Rotary Kadeshi. Please be upstanding. The vice chair is Rotary Anoto Ewe. Enwe Maju.
Not Enwa, Enwe.
Okay, Enwe Maju.
Enwe.
Okay, Enwe Maju. Okay, Enwe Maju. We'll correct that. Yes, we will correct that. And the result question is just there are no more river carrying. I want to have other members serving in that committee. Then for 2023, 2024, our club trainer is going to keep it. Then for the 20th, this is 2023, by 2024, the club is going to be 20 years. And we are going to celebrate that. It's going to take one. So what we've been doing since 1, 2, 3, up to 20, we need to like celebrate it. So we have a 20th year anniversary committee in the making. And the chairperson for this committee is PhD Olurosimi Adeleye, our charter president. Let them think. Some of them yes. Please. Okay, we go to the strategic goals. The strategic goals, Rotarian engagements. This all Rotarians, especially the newly inducted, will be encouraged to avail themselves of the opportunity offered by Rotary Leadership Institute for training and leadership development. If you note, Rotary is mainly about leadership. They want you to be able to face outside. They want to build that leadership. They want to bring it out in you. So we can offer ourselves this opportunity by attending after life. I've done it, and so many people have graduated. They are graduates of that, that institute. It has part 1, part 2, and part 3. Everybody needs to do it. It's what that will build you for your Rotary career. Then also there are some training and other seminars that the district always organize. All Rotarians in incoming year, we want everybody to be ahead of it. Let someone come into this hall now and tell you, okay, what is this about Rotary? What is that? Once you are always going for the seminar in the district, online and everything that at my Rotary and learning center and everything, you'll be able to be above everybody. You'll be able to come out and talk and answer whoever that comes in. So that is it on how we are going to be engaging ourselves. Strategic goals. This is membership. In membership for next coming Rotary year, at the moment we are 104, but next Rotary year, we are going to be adding 10 more members. We can have more than that, yes, minimum of 10. We can, we can do 20, we can do 30. But the minimum we are going to is 10. So that's why we have 114 on that side. So with the method we are going to use it, each one bring one. We are going to yes. So by the time we are doing each one bring one, it will be 208 with what we have there. Then increase overall reach of younger and future generations that is we're going to be bringing in younger ones. The younger ones. So by under the age under 40. Then we increase the number of women. When they say wait, I'm sorry. Don't look at when you say by 10%, when you have 114, you will say 10, you're adding 10. 10% of 10, what is that? And it's by 10%. Out of that 10 coming, you should have at least a woman. That's what we are saying here. It's not that we are taking this club over. Then Rotary Foundation. Rotary Foundation is we have goals and targets. Area, you can see it's 100% because our club is all area club and it's 100%. Polaris, we are going to the least we are going to do for Polaris is $15,000. That means we are going to have brand new PHF. Not those ones that we added, then the 200 to make 1,000. A brand new one, 15. That's what we want to do. Aside all those ones that we add, $2, $3, $20, and so forth. So we're going to have 15. That's the minimum that we're going to have. I'm planning on doing more, so I can decide to do 50. my PA, my PP, I know our resource person can do 5. And my incoming, my PA, everybody can do. I'm sure we're all going to do one. Yeah, we can do everything. So we'll do more. Then for Piquet Society, this is a kind of arrangement that you will part of your will to Rotary, but we are not ready to do that here now. When we have somebody that wants to add it to, when we have somebody, we'll bring somebody. Only, ma'am? Yeah, because when we have it there, we are going to add it. So major donor will have one major donor. That is when we say major donor, that's somebody that will contribute $10,000 into the Rotary Foundation in the next 3 years. Then polio plus fund. The least we are going to contribute into that account is $1,005. That's the least. We usually do more than that, so we can do more than that. Then how do we now raise other funds for the foundation? We sell our raffle tickets. We have our polio boxes around everywhere, so we also get money from them. We also encourage all Rotarians and non-Rotarians, that is, all our family and friends, to donate into the Rotary Foundation and do Rotary Foundation in their names. When you do it in their names, RI, the Rotary International will recommend them. You can do for your daughter, you can do for your son. Whenever you take, maybe you are on step 1, the next one you may say, okay, let them make your son. RI, you send your name, your son's name to RI through maybe or somebody at the district. They will bring the certificate in your son's name or in your daughter's name, and the thing will also come for your daughter, as well as the thing will also come for you too. So it's a win-win thing. You have your daughter or your son or your brother or your uncle, your family, you become a PHL person. So please, these are ways that we can contribute into this. Next slide, please. Then youth service. Our Rotary Club is 1. We are going to maintain that 1. Our Interest Club is 2. We will maintain the 2. The 2 Interest Club is the one at Okera. We will revive it in the process. It's going to be revived 100% and functioning by next 3 years. Then the second one is the one at Azun. That's the functioning one. So we maintain them. Then for Ryder, for this year, hello. For this year, last year, this 3 year, Ryder was 45.
No, 15.
No, as in the amount, 45,000. Yes, but this time now, our own teacher, our hope teacher wants to create something in the world. She said she doesn't want to, stress anybody. Rider price for this year is 30,000. Very, very considerate. So which is very okay. And we are going to be sponsoring at least 15 members, 15 Nigerians. Yes, 15 Nigerians who can do more. You can do more than that, but minimum will be 15. Then we also celebrate the World Rotary Week. Celebration will be there. That's what we're going to do. Enjoying fellowship with our Rotary and Interest Club. It's part of what we are going to do next year. Next slide, please. Then public image. This year, our DG is very, very particular about public image. She had already said that any club that she goes, there must be a budget for public image on your what do they call this workbook, on your workbook, that she wants to see budget for public image. So we are going to have more digital, that is on social media. They want us to propagate Rotary everywhere. If it's possible, take it to anywhere you want. Take Rotary anywhere, wherever you're going, go along with Rotary. Let it be visible on you that you are a Rotarian. And so it's going to be on our social platform like Instagram, everywhere, Facebook. We'll do more of that. We'll be seeing it more. Then on TV, I'm going to do TV and radio appearance. Then the next one is newspaper. We're doing more newspaper. We are doing well this year, but we want to do more for next year. So the next one is annual magazine production. That's the one we are producing at the moment. So we are also going to produce that next year and next year. Next slide, please. Then other consideration. increase attendance at meetings and fellowship. We're going to look into our attendance and we'll see how we're going to increase that, how we're going to make our attendance more robust, as in more than what we've been having. That by doing this, we need to make our fellowship more interesting. These are the things we're going to do next year. And then host the special fellowship. We're going to host so many other fellowships. Special fellowship, we have them all listed. Then annual dues and payments. This year, we are going to do, look for a mix of how we are going to make our annual dues more encouraging for people to pay. We'll be coming to you and you'll be paying in a way that you will not even know that you are paying anything. Because God will bless all of us. Then we'll strengthen our care. Yes, we're still back to care again. Care is the soul of every club. If the care of a club is not strong, if it's not very strong, you cannot retain, you cannot introduce, you cannot retain, and you cannot engage. So we'll continue to improve on our care. So this is the government focus. This are all what we are going to do in the next project year. This is the service project for 2023-2024 year. The number one on this list is we are going to innovate 2 classrooms at Adjunwa High School, and that is the cost, 8.5 million. Then free eye screening and cataract surgery for 50 beneficiaries at 3 million. The third one on the list is hygiene dignity kits. This hygiene dignity kit is not only for girls, we're also going to include boys too, so that it's balanced. Because if you take care of girls, is this girl boys that you do not take care, they will still come and marry them. That will come and marry the girls that you refuse to take. So how do you feel about this? Can we?
They cannot believe.
Sorry for the break in transmission. Okay, the number 4 is the Rotary Family Health Day and Mental Health Awareness Campaign in our community. This includes free medical and free medical check and medication. And the amount here is the budget for this is 3 million. Then the next one is provision of water to Cherry community at 2 million. Donation of 2 bags and water bottles to pupils, 400 pupils in the Cherry community premise. Microfinance empowerment for 20 beneficiaries. That is number 7. Number 8 on the item. Then tree planting and environmental support at the Sherry Olowora, our adopted garden. Then peace building and conflict resolution seminar at Ogba Park. This is 300,000. Donation of 100 classroom tables and chairs to Adjunwa Junior High School at 4.5 million. Then Google training for 100 youths within our community. This is 200,000. Then events and activities. Events and activities. Events and activities for the next coming Rotary year. We have our fundraising stroke installation ceremony to take place on the 12th of August. Then this week governor visit. Next slide. Our district government visit will take place on the 4th of August. Then there's going to be a peace and conflict seminar. Peace and conflict seminar. There's going to be youth service fellowship. This will be done twice in the next Rotary year. Family of Rotary celebration, our usual celebration of all our birthdays and everything. We're going to do that. Then club retreat. Our club retreat will come up second week in February 2024. We are going to another one that we are going to host. We are going to have this all our ages. We have ages that have served us in the past, and we have all our past presidents. So we are coming back. Our ages are coming back. We are going to celebrate them. They are going to give us talk on their challenges. They are going to give us talk on what their achievements and everything, how they were able to navigate that their local year. They are coming to give us that experience. We need to, learn from that their way of experience. So each past president and their ages, they are going to, for every second Friday of the month, we will be hosting them. Then family hosting. When we say family group hosting, our fathers, all the fathers, they will identify their children. All the mothers, they will identify their children, their daughters, and their sons. They will tell us what they do. They will take over the meeting on that day, and they will tell us what their children do. How well do you know their children? They will just excite us, just make a fellowship to be lively for us. They will host us. Then celebration fellowship is going to be last fellowship of every month. And we're also going to go back to our dress down fellowship, where one of the Fridays, and last Friday, we are going to dress down. You can come in your casual. If you like, come in your jeans. Just relax, relax yourself, not buzzing up all the time. Casual, come casual. And this will take place in last Friday of every month. That's part of the activities that we have for next Rotary year. Then proposed project. The proposed budget for membership is 11,500,000. The expenses is 6,347,556 naira. Then there's going to be a surplus of 5,152,436. Then for club admin, we have 5.4 million. Then the expenses is 6,490,000. Then there's going to be a deficit of 790 there. Then for service project, the whole service project is 28 million, and 28 million is 28 million. Then for our TRF, when we said we're going to have 15 PHF, we're going to have 100% area and so on. This all come up together under TRF project, and we have 17,750,000. And the expense is also going, because we are paying everything to RI, nothing is going to be removed out of it. So that's still going to be expensive, 17,750,000. Then we go to public image. For public image, there's no income because we are going to spend. But we have to create that budget because we have to do awareness. We have to sell Rotary, we have to create Rotary, we have to sell Rotary to people. So the budget for that is 1,126,000 naira. It is a deficit because we don't have income for it. Then youth service, we have 700,000 as the income, we have 700,000 as the expenses. It's all going to be expended. Then installation. For our installation budget, we have 10 million as the budget. Total income. And we have 5.5 million as the expenses. And we are going to have a surplus of 4.5 million in total. Then for income, the total income is going to be 733,360,000 for the total income. Then the expenses, total expenses is going to be 64,497,564 naira. Then our deficit, our surplus, now is going to be all surplus. The surplus is 8,852,436 naira. Next slide, please. Okay, proposed proposed funds sourcing. Then when we say where we're going to get this money, where are we going to get this money from? We're going to look internally and we're going to look external. Go to family and friends, corporate bodies, all those are our friends, we talk to them to support us. Then for sponsorship, we're going to also use sponsorship from corporate, from individuals, various companies too. Then we are going to stock money through our goodwill and through donations during our installation, during our other functions that we are doing, during other activities that we'll be doing. So we will also raise funds from there. Then adverts from some of our bulletin, magazine, adverts from our installation brochure and so on. These are where we're going to stock our funds from. So through raffle ticket too. We are going to stock money through raffle ticket too. During installation, we are going to be selling raffle tickets. We are going to be selling raffle tickets during meetings, the TRF Rotary Foundation tickets. These are ways where we are going to get our funds from. Then through the auction sales, we are going to be doing auction sales. We're doing during our installation. When we are having any program, we also do our auction sales too. These are where we can always get our funds from, so we'll be able to carry our projects, do our projects. These are all the sources where we can get our funds from. So my fellow Rotarians and leaders in the house, Rotary create hope in the world. That's what it says for next coming Rotary year. So I believe with this, what I have here, we sat down with the directors to put up this. So I believe that by presenting all this to you, we'll come together as one to look for a way forward, how we are all going to make this achievable, how we are going to make this project impactful to ourselves, firstly, and to the people around us. So I want to thank you all for listening, and I want to thank you for your time. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
We'll put the mic to you, and then this session is for you, and then you take it to look. I think for next year as given out by the B. We are going to, I think we all have this on our phones. So please, if you want to speak to our presentation, speak through the slides, because we still have about 4 presentations to take after this, and we don't want to take much of our time. So people, some godly people like me, we are going to pray 2 o'clock. We don't want anything to disrupt our relationship with God. So please, you can have questions for the PE, questions related to what she wants to do in the next Rotary year, as presented by the president. Questions or comments? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. And my next president and our incoming president. There's a part that I saw that are you listening? Okay, there's a part that I saw which is the income and the expenditure. Now, I don't know whether you took into consideration inflation come this 2023, because it seems so the arithmetic and the surplus looks beautiful. But I think we still need to take into consideration the inflation rate, which is going at an alarming rate. I'm sure our accountants know that. And I just want you to note that. You know, that's one of the first points I wanted us to know. And then in the revenue generation, you mentioned friends and families, adverts, and tickets. Maybe we can look for other avenues where we have this. Okay, together we can also raise money. That would be an avenue for us to also raise money. And some of us that do something, you know, just to get together, we can just raise a few funds. Other aspects that I wanted to. Thank you very much.
I think it's good for us to put everything together so that after.
Thank you very much. There's something that I observed there that we're going to talk about our due for next year. I don't know whether that aspect has something different from what we used to have based on what has been said on the text. So I think we need to look at that. Secondly, it's part of sinking funds. There's nothing said about that. Whether it's going to be something sinking fund or not. I think those are the two things that I'm not talking.
My return on President, thank you for this opportunity. Let me first and foremost say that that was a very good decision or a job well done by the incoming president. It only goes to show that it's battle ready and it's God's grace, victory is assured. All right, but I have some observations. And I will take them one by one. On membership, I feel that if we are over 100, let's even be over 100, and we want to increase our membership by just 10, I do not think that is ambitious enough. We really need to look into that. I know that it's easy for us to say that, okay, if we achieve all the best, but if you don't have something you are really chasing, the impulse to want to push may not be there. If you put there and maybe in the first month or second, you achieve them, I mean, there's a tendency for you to want to just calm down. So I feel actually looking at about that. Actually looking at about that. For 100 people, meaning that we have ratio of about more than 3 persons, 1 to 1. No. I think we can do up to 30 if we are determined to. Now, that is that of membership. So we really need to look at that. I think 10, if the PT calls or any district officer and want to critique it, I'm sure for 100 members, and it will not be good. Foundation. Foundation to say we are going to contribute $15,000. And already, are we together, my income? You say we are going to contribute $15,000. Since we are all Eric Club and we are hundreds, that is $10,000. Then are you saying that we are going to have a PHF unified? And I know that my investors and some of us, we are willing to contribute to 1,000. So I think that is too poor. We need to take note of that. Foundation of 1,000 for a membership strength of 100. I don't think that is acceptable. Right now, same goes for right now. Now, certain is to getting right now. Maybe you want such areas. It's possible. All we need to do is, if we start early to put members, maybe is bring whoever you want and get that. That's the strategy we are using. So we are not actually even spending the club's money.
we are getting members, we are encouraging members, and there is nobody within our community that does not have either a family friend, either your own friend, either a neighbor that not, and when we speak, I think we should not do anything less than 25. And if it starts on time, I'm sure 25 will just be a piece of cake. All right. Now, again, you mentioned the issue of 4th of August at this visit. Is it coming before installation? It's coming in the DGIT. Well, I just said that maybe I am not too sure, but if that is the case, recall that we'll be very busy working towards the installation for 12th of August. And so, and something that committee members of the DG may be very active in the installation committee too. We can find a way to marry that. Another proposed source, I mean, major source of revenue for this job is nothing other than SAE. But that should have been highlighted. At least with SAE, in fact, it's our major source of revenue. So we need to take note of that. All these adverts off somewhere, they are just supplementary. Once again, I thank you for your presentation. God bless.
Thank you, my President. President, I would like to also start by commending the President-elect for having made a lot of effort to put that document together. It's also important that I acknowledge the fact that going by the presentation that AG has just made, it shows that he actually paid a lot of attention to physical parts of that presentation. And to that extent, I would have to bother to touch on the things I've mentioned already, which I also noted. So I'll be left with just one major point, which we need to look at critically. Among your officers, the committee chair, men, you mentioned Rotary Bewa as chairman for club admin. For club board. Sorry, chairman for family of Rotary. Okay, now the way I personally relate to it, maybe by my own understanding of what happens on the test of Rotary and the role that essentially plays to oil the wheel of this stuff. He has already his hands full of so many responsibilities. And I believe that we should look at the fact that this club continues to induct people who are resourceful, who we need to find every way to immediately engage by giving roles to play. So I'm thinking that an opportunity for us to put an assignment in the hands of someone else who might be more inspired to be easily more integrated and contribute as fast as possible to the growth of the club is what we want to combine with the work already in the hands of the champion. I'm just drawing our attention to that. My honest opinion is that we should give that office to someone else and leave him to continue with what he is doing officially in terms of relationship with the club. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Very much. I told the line of people that appreciated the incoming questions. That's a very good one. My own point, sorry, was on the new subcommittee that you mentioned. You actually mentioned like 3, but if you explain the downside blocks, I would like that you talk about the big explanation For the benefit of people that don't understand what that means, and that is for the diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. What we expect that committee to do, and possibly for the new members to know what that is basically. Anyway, if you say we have it already, it has not been functioning. So maybe you need to give a further explanation on it. That's just my observation. Thank you.
Okay, those the comments we have, so that the PE can clear the air on call. Okay. Agree.
Thank you, my Dignity President. Thank you, my leaders in the House. All observations duly taken note. But for the FPC, that's the new, it's not a new, because we have a chair for that committee already. Is the chair is Rotary Adetola for FPC inclusion and.
Let me throw more light on that equity, diversity, and inclusion. And this Rotary, this imaginative, the Harald president encouraged that because of so many issues of diversity in terms of ethnic diversity, professional diversity, disability issues, and all that, the Rotary should have a committee that deals with the fact that all of us, there are so many issues in the world, that even the issue of LGBT is also an issue of diversity. We need to manage, that's the reason why it was, that's the reason why it was created. We need to manage the fact that this next person sitting beside you is not from the same ethnic group as you, is not as able as you have. He has a speech impairment, he has whatever. There should be a committee that manages that, so that that person will not feel outside of the box. It's an inclusion thing. Everybody must be one. And then the chairman for this year is Rotary. Yes, she has also helped me at different times in managing gas bills and all those kind of wallets. And issues. Yes, actually is a young, and if you want to have people to sit beside you, that person must be he must be somebody who wants to relate with, so that he won't say, why are you pushing me with another person?
Okay, thank you, my imaginative president, for throwing that shining light into this question. So for Raila, we're going to increase our Raila. The Rotary Foundation will increase membership, will increase it. The sinking fund will go on. It's like a homework that needs to be done, and all these things will be done. Thank you, my president. So. My president. The question, PhD Samayetu to answer, asked, concerning Rotary, there was being chairman. Well, I've not said it to anyone. What for this? Okay,
I also want to I think the last time the council, I think I met with the chairman of the council, and he told me the council that appointed club trainer. Am I right? Huh?
It's not essentially about the council appointing club trainer. It's about the club trainer coming from among the past presidents. And secondly, about the club trainer coming up as a result of the succession pattern. You understand? Because that is the RI and district standard. Is more senior Rotarians that train the others. So that's why when Charter President was done as club trainer, it was my turn, it was Akamo, and then we are on Chester now. So ordinarily, the next man. Yes, the fact that PhD Olabi was a trainer was an oversight, you understand? And that is why we are saying that at this point we should revert to the plan from the beginning. Otherwise, you will get to a point where those who have served earlier, you understand, will be no. I would not like to be involved in any controversy. I'm just saying it the way I understand. If we want to follow what has happened already and sustain that, fine. I don't have any interest. But I'm just explaining the logic. I'm just explaining the logic in, because for every question that we ask, some of us know, we also know that the answers to them. You understand? It doesn't mean that on face value we do not understand what is fit and proper that can easily be sustained. You understand? So that is my observation on that, on your reaction to your question. But I think it's something that we may go back to council to carry up among ourselves, because the president, the president-elect in the first place, if she had shared this with us, these observations should have come up at our level, and then we handle it in such a way that when we get to a place like this, there's no contradiction, because it's, I feel uncomfortable when we have cause to contradict ourselves as council members. Then,
I think we are done with those observations and comments and questions on the next Rotary year. The PA has said that all observations have been taken. She will revert back with all the things that she needs to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's dance together for our president, who has created hope before hope, but we are still imagining, and after that imagination, we start to hope. But we still have hope within imagination itself. So thank you so much. So I think we have the Dorian, Naomi Miller, Samuel Ayotutu. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's go back to the this is important to
President, very eminent council members here seated. Fellow Rotarians, 20 minutes. I'm not going to spend up to about 20 minutes, particularly because I'm also tired. I just came in from a trip. However, we are expected to handle membership development. And in the course of the presentation of the president, particularly the inputs of the imaginative president on diversity, equity, inclusion, and all of that. He has stepped into things that are on membership development. Practically, when I want to handle matters or issues that are Rotary based, I like using terms because over and over, Rotary literature changes. Except for those that doesn't go online or have their hands on the books to see what it is called now. So that is what I will do for the benefit of this particular training. Open our eyes into the types of languages, the types of words that are in the literatures of membership now. Unlike in the old days when we have retention and what have you. But what is key that we need to know is that membership for Rotary International, it is the topmost core issue that we place priority on. Membership is core, it's the topmost. As at the last sitting of the Board of Trustees of Rotary International, decisions were taken basically on the issues of membership. And all of these decisions, they've been put together in a paper and they're all there online for us to assess and learn about. And RI presently has taken membership to a level where they see it as dealing with customer business. Rotary International has taken the issue of membership like as if, for example, I want to have Rotary Omole-Golden and deal with it as a customer. And once, if you want to have a customer, there are certain things as a business person that you will have to take into consideration. That one, why would Rotary Omole-Golden as my customer want to be a member of my club? That's number one. Number two, what are those things that excite me about my products? And Rotary International is doing this because they want to make the issue of membership interesting for every member. That by the time we begin to look at it from the angle and the eyes of business, we'll be able to relate with it more deeply. Such that, because every business person, there's no any business person that will want his customer to go, particularly a customer that is doing well. And as such, they have consulted public relations practitioner, human resources consultants, who sat down and put together papers as to how individuals can be attended to on the issue of that membership as a purpose. Going away from there, we will have to talk about the of what your product is going to do to that customer. So either make him stay or leave. And that was what took them to the level of propounding the process which they call attraction. And after attracting, they also went ahead to talk about engagement. So, unlike before, when we say membership engagement, it is far from recruitment, it is membership attraction. Consciously take a decision, make it a policy,
to want to attract a particular sector. For instance, we have gotten to, for example, our club, we have gotten to a time where we should draw professional end of every one of us that are here. Now, for us to now look at it, after mapping it, to now say which profession is working here in my in my church, that is existing in my place of work. So these are the people that now look into to say that I am a Rotarian. I live on 2. I get in this street. My next door neighbor, who is also a landlord, is not a Rotarian. Let me look at the professions that are existing in the club as regards to or her profession. And find a way. I have had instances of walking up to people in recent times because as it is, I actually attract people for other clubs. I've had instances where for clubs that I know, when I'm meeting either in the banking hall or at conference, like presently I'm coming from the conference at Akure, I met somebody who I just for a club. And when I put a call through to the president that there's a particular profession would you watch it for the club? And he said yes. And I told that person, this and this is what we need to do to be with them. So that's what Rotary is doing now. Rotary International is not just team membership for us. The normal tradition of coming to meeting, so many strategies now. And now I have to talk about issues of one, diversity. You have to look at the membership of our club as it were. I mean, as it is now. Membership of our club is not doing fine in ethnicity and diversity. Because I'm not sure we have any Hausa person in our midst. So why can't we shop for one? So the is how did that business idea to look around and say that, okay, that man is from Omole. That man is from I'm not sure what he's talking about when it comes to diversity. We don't have anybody from North. So what he's saying, looking at such person as a customer, we need such person in our midst. Another point is the point of innovation. Rotary International is looking at us sitting down, not to look at the normal visual tradition. You know, don't you want us to do something like it happened in the banking system of Nigeria between organizations like GT and the old banks? We want us to do things that will make things look different. That's the point they are making on innovation. And they are also talking about sustainability. That after talking to your customer, how well are you sustaining that relationship with your customer? They are also talking about the issue of using digital communication to promote that business of yours that's going to entice your customer. How many of those projects that we do in Omole-Golden are we teaching about? So it is time we apply promoting these things through digital communication. Another fellow, we have a community. So Rotary is international, but when Rotary is shattered, there is always a community. We have us, and it's in our bylaw and constitution. How well is our presence in those communities? Our communication. they are also talking about the issue of personalizing. Can you imagine handling voting membership as if you want to win a soul for God? That's how far in the issue of membership, which are not necessarily the traditional stuff, where we will have to talk to we'll be looking out for is a material who can introduce me, and after introducing me, we'll go to attend one meeting, and after attending one meeting, no, it has been simplified. A lot of information has been brought in, and which is also talking about flexibility. As clear, not sure we have in our membership anyone from the profession of farming. Like farmer, was that the profession? Please say it. That wasn't the classification we admitted with. Because you know what? We feel that farmers, because Rotary, a lot of people cannot do it. That's nobility. That why would I get to a good farmer? So it doesn't really matter. We want it. Because those are the things that actually makes the community. The conference I went for at Akure on transportation and power and rail line. There is one of the directors who invited in those that are union. Because on the issue of transportation, they have to involve them. Because it means the conference about policy making. One of the Ministry of Transport, we left for break, spoke to that person. Ordinarily, I'm sure we will all do a little somehow if we say what we recruit and so on. It is because what you saying why where those things that is true that as soon as that profession exists in that community and helps that community economically or business wise, such person or such profession is applicable. All in all, Rotary is saying, I'm talking about force. As individual, I am happy the incoming president highlighted it. One of the major points, a Rotary international president cannot bring up a policy without having to be in line with the board of trustees plan. So one of the goals of the incoming Rotary international president is each one big one. Each one big one. I swear, when I was listening to the contribution of each one big one, we support that. But how well you each one big one, not making it look traditional. Flying the right innovation. How many of us, after church service, spoken to a professional in our church? How many of us in our international trips have talking about the goodness of Rotary to all the person sitting beside us? I mean, those are the things Rotary is now talking about. Rotary has led the process. Make membership very flexible now, and wanting us So, accordingly. The one, sorry, if you can get please, let's have it. All that I'm saying now, she actually articulated it in a very short. When you listen to it, you are going to see how simple it is to attract members to the club, and not only attract you, but engage. I am happy at the fact that the incoming president has used members of our club like Rotary, and that is the issue of engagement. Like the lady over there who has left now. What is even saying? What our is saying? Point of that person. After the person has been voted, engage the person. That's it. Engage them. And it's also saying that when you don't see them, or you don't see some pay dues, don't just think that it's irresponsible. Meet with the person, know what is happening, check out the welfareism policy. I saw one of the platforms where people in Alabama is talking about welfareism. How much of welfareism are we talking about? But because that person is not paying attention, we have failed to understand the rigors we have gone through before we actually admitted that person. So we need to also follow up to know, why are you not coming? Why are you not paying? What's your product? That is the expert country transfer wants us to go to now, because they are seeing it as a product. Product has lifespan, introduction, growth, and the peak. So when a product is introduced to the market and it's not growing fine, the duty of the owner of the product is to check. That is expect Rotary International wants us to take membership to now. Not that they're not saying what you are coming and that's it. No, that you have not accorded what you are coming the necessary customer relationship or the necessary part of taking in from the of distance. With the family, which are that we have, you didn't get that. We can be able to get it. Thank you. I'm not sure. A few lines. We listen to it from that introduction of the few lines, we get inspired as to how Rotary wants us to handle membership. That's it.
Participant who wishes to engage with our clubs. Over and over, our surveys find that the comfort and care of our members of member satisfaction and is our most powerful tool for keeping our members engaged in our clubs. This comfort and care philosophy begins with listening. We need to understand why our members took the leap and joined us. And we need to know, what do they want out of their Rotary involvement? And how do they aspire to change and influence our communities and our world through their membership? To build stronger clubs, we should aim to understand the needs and expectations.
So that we see the innovation, we see the new eye, what we traditional.
Yeah, and then set up president for their club. I think out of all speakers up to this time, it's the only one that took the effort. He paid the flight ticket, he paid the hotel accommodation, he paid for recording and everything. He invited the Rotary International President to come and lecture us for 2 minutes. For the day. I don't know, maybe we did not have the RI president's number. He couldn't invite him. I had to, but they did. That shows the power of leadership. Thank you very much for inviting the RI president. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The learning point talks about the fact that RI treats membership as a customer issue. It talks about membership engagement, how we should engage our members right from the one when they are inducted, how we should retain them as well, going through the route of welfare and care. And it also talks about new trends in the membership recruitment. I think we should start finding some of our members. And I will start mentioning names. If you remember any other name, you can add it to it. Those who have been taking international trips, like 3 or 4 trips in a year, and yet they did not speak to the person sitting beside them in the flight. Or are they taking jets out of this country? Jimmy Ajibola travels every week. I want to suspect that he jets. He speaks only to the air hostess. Oh. We can start watching out in the article. So I think that's what we need to take now is Barry John, a fine gentleman. I want to know the afternoon. Our president, fellow Rotarians, I know we have no guests for this occasion, so I stop at that. Now, the president and the trainer has requested that I just bring some things to our attention for today. There are things we know already, but for emphasis, of course, it's good that we try and get these things and know where we are. Essentially, the president has requested that I should remind us of the things we've done on our Bible and Constitution for this Rotary year. As we all know that in Rotary, the bylaw and the Constitution, they are the 2 documents with which we organize the way we proceed. Of course, that's taken from the fact that the organization itself, that is Rotary International, is alive and well because of rules and regulations. They have a constitution, of course, and bylaw, which is recommended for clubs all around the world that we can adopt and use. There is no way you can have an endowment club if you don't have rules. And of course, at the level of RI, which is the superordinated body that is bringing all of this to life, which will follow. They also have policies and have procedures. They, in knowledge of the fact that even as it were that constitutions and bylaws are not just static things, they all the time need to be looked at, and you also need to amend them if need be, or
do things that will ensure that they accord with the way the policies of the organization will dictate. Hence, there is a body known as the Council on Legislation. It's still talking law. Every 3 years, they try to look into it and see whether what they have is still good enough to carry Rotary as always carried it. So it is also gratifying that in our group, we also try to do that. Every 3 years, we ensure that we look into our own bylaw and find if we are still good with what we have. Now, in October of this year, we had an assembly where we all ratified the changes that we desire in our constitution. And indeed, we had a couple of them, maybe about 12 in all, that we all agreed to. Now, these are not fundamental changes, but they are things that we have all, observed over time, and we found out that we desire that we need to make changes in respect of them. Now, one of them is the way we have defined that's exterior to the merit of what we have. One of them is the issue of when you book a document, his, has. We try to define it. So there is a definition section where we have now said that anytime you see we, of course, it includes she. That's on the outside of it. Of course, the constitution and bylaw, they are divided into two. There is the constitution, and then the other part too is the bylaw. Now, one of the areas that we found to be in-depth in the things we try to do is in the area of controlling ourselves from within. That is the issue of discipline. And that was actually informed by the challenge that we had over the period of 2 years of the disagreement between two members, and of course, the challenge with the position taken by our president on some issues. So those two challenging issues led to the group trying to amend our constitution, so that today, if there is a challenge or there is a quarrel between Rotarians or a Rotarian and an officer of the club, we now have a procedure where the challenges will be put before the board, and of course, from the board to the assembly. And then we have also moved on from the issue of how do we deal with the issue of a president who has, I don't want to say gone rogue, a president who has defied the assumptions that we all have, which is that if everybody says this is where we go, we should just do it in deference to the fact that it's all we all want. But we are now put in a position where if a president refuses to do what the job says he or she should do, then if there is a date down procedure now to attend to such a complaint. It's the same thing with what members who will have, where you lay a complaint and the complaint is not only dealt with. There's a written down procedure now of how you need to deal with it, with the president, with the board, with the assembly. And there are decisions now that the club can take, which will not be an issue of debate. We don't simply refer to our constitution and say, hey, this is the consequence of what you are doing, and there's a basis for us to enforce it. Of course, we also have dealt with the issue of assemblies. Before, we felt that it should be at a particular time of the year, but we've made it to be flexible now in the understanding that it is a principle that is important, which is that we should regularly meet a minimum of 4 times. So we have now the leverage or the headroom, so to speak, to maneuver during the Rotary year. Just what you need is that you will do it and ensure that nothing that is to be attended to is left unattended to. Minimum of 4 years, sorry, four times, or it is for the president to now see how that's it. The first thing we do
that one of those times must fall in each of the quarters. So we still ensure that is no spread and issues before or after any particular session can always come up at the next one. So we are well covered there. Of course, we also attended to the issue of addressing and all of that. We try to define what is formal dressing and all of that to ensure that, you know, some of those things came up over the years. We debate it, we would laugh about it and all of that, just because we have no written down rule to hold anybody to anything. But now we are developing a brand, which is that when we come to our club, we must always be formally dressed. And there's a definition of what it is to formally dress now. And there is no excuse and argument for people to now begin to argue whether they are properly dressed or not. This is we tie over to the issue of culture, so that anytime anybody comes in and sees us sitting down, they know that these are ladies and gentlemen talking humanitarianism. Of course, we also dealt with other issues in the amendments on the issue of payment of the dues, so that there's a bit of equity. Now, so that if you come in at a time when you virtually have gone past the first annual due, you know, the second annual due, it will be done in such a way that even if you pay fully for that year, the way that you'll be given credit in the ensuing time when money should be paid, so that it's just looking to equity in the payment of the due. And of course, we have also found out that because we can't really say so much is what is desired, we didn't put a figure to it now as to how much we pay. I think it's now to be decided by the board, so that it's not a thing to pay the constitution to say 90,000. I mean, if you say 90,000 this year, and it becomes explained that 9,000 does not make sense, are you going to now want to compare assembly to change the constitution? Now, I make a small confession, my president. I don't know whether I've deleted the amendments that we made, but because I know all of them, so I'm, in all honesty speaking, except for I'm not, but I know all the amendments since I went through all the amendments. That's why I'm taking them, just because we actually debated most of them here, and we know all those things that. Of course, we also spoke to the issue of the chairman of the committees. The important one was that whoever was our vice president is not a question of law. You know, we used to have it as our convention, and that also brought some challenges during the past year. Now it is a law now that whoever is our vice president will be the chairman of the service project, and of course for inauguration as well. The person who's going to be the incoming president will be the chair to bring forth the person who is to be our president for the ensuing year. Those are the things that we have put in place for this year. So as of October 2023, I sent a draft of it to the president for him to initiate. But I do think that, and I captured those places where we touched in red for each of the process that we touched at the assembly. So just for you to look at those processes and sign off and maybe post for other members to see. And I just need to mention that I put October 2023. It should be October 2022. Just for disclaimer. It's October 2022, not October 2023. That's what we have. And the more important thing here is not just now, just as I round up on this issue, is that Rotary is big, and Rotary has remained big and is continuing to look better. Is because of the laws and principles that we hold here. If we make light of our rules and regulations, we are not going to be strong. We are not going to be a group that people will respect it. So the more we understand our rules and our law, the better we will project, the better we will project, so that, you know, Rotary is not essentially, it's not a social club. It's a service club as such, so that because we have service as a thing that is fundamental to what we do. You know, it's essentially people coming together to do good, you know, around the world, using whatever it is we have the time person that want to put together to ensure that the world becomes a better place. You know, talking about humanitarian service and conflict resolution to bring about peace in the world. These are the huge things that Rotary stands for. And the way you can ensure that that will continuously be done is to have rules and regulations to govern the affairs of men who are in charge of this thing. Because if there are no rules, I was listening to Olabi whilst in the car struggling to get the money. You know, if you do not plan, even with best intentions, there's no way your money will work for you very well. You just must be alive and also listen to the gentleman that spoke from Canada, or she as well. All I'm saying now is just a subset of those bigger issues, which is the issue of leading the talk properly. And for you to lead the talk properly, it's not going to be at your whims or caprice. It has to be based on laws that we all know, which is why some people say, they see, this is too fast, this is too slow, this is wrong, this is that, this is that. And once she also knows the law, they are all in tandem with what it is that we need to do, and we'll continue to propel higher. Those are the things that we need to understand. It's not always a super of Rotary. When you need to look at rules and regulations, it's easier. I mean, the nature of men, if you can decide to do a lot of things with your hindsight, with your residual knowledge, without actually going for the real thing that will get you. We are not going to start in that manner. We must look at those things that people have sat down to design for us to use. So we are lucky that we are not the one crafting this. We are just embellishing, so to speak. People have sat down to get rules and regulations for us to use. The thing that we can do is be grateful for those who have done this and for us to use it properly to ensure that we discharge that which we have put for ourselves to do. And as we take the consciousness that we need to continue to look at our rules and regulations, especially for the ones that are new here. Your bylaw and your constitution, of course, the procedure as well, there is MOP, manner of procedure, how things are done. That's these are the things that actually hold Rotary. I keep saying this all the time. Rules and regulations, things that you do behind your desk, things that you do whilst you're on your bed, you read and you scroll, and those are the things that make you strong, that will make you see. This is why you must continue to do Rotary. It's not well fine, it's okay to do parties, it's also okay to come out and enjoy yourself, and all of that. But that which holds Rotary is the rules and regulations which will hold our money, it will hold our project, it will hold our PR, it will hold all those things that we decide to put together to ensure that Rotary we are over for 100 years now. It's not because people have been now money, but it's because there are the rules and regulations, driving those who are speaking, those who are putting down the money, those who are looking at what to do with the money, and even when you are free doing it, people will come 20 years after. Come and look at what you have done with the money that people give to you, because it's essentially public trust, it's not your money, even if you have put part of it. To the extent that you are commingled your money with that of other businesses, you are under a duty to ensure that you account. And it is all these things that we have in place that will help us. So in essence, take care of our growth in the way that we will sustain and continue to grow is to be aware of our rules and regulations. I put it that simple. Rules and regulations will rule us to this kind of destiny that we desire. I thank you. I doubt if there are questions for this kind of thing. We all should know all this, but I have not done this to just bring you back to our consciousness. No nothing has been said. I do not foresee a debate because these are things that we have passed at the proper assembly, except we want to make new points which we cannot do there. President, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And what we invited you, thank you. We appreciate you. As he has said, we will take comments. We'll take comments, but the comments will not be all on decided issues. It won't be about decided issues or issues that we have concluded by having provisions within the bylaw for. We'll take comments. Yeah. But quickly, let me just he talks about the rules and regulations. The Rotary is guided by rules, by MOP, and the club bylaws, that our rules make us stronger. That in terms of our rules, it is the rule that ensures that our funds are well managed because the procedures and the provisions of the law are there. Our projects are well situated, and the various aspects of how we want to manage our projects are also situated within our bylaws and other rules. The same thing with membership issues, the same thing with public image, that everything is moving around law. Now, the last review we have, I have the last preparation by People Manager. We will send it to the platform, not for discussion, but for the purpose of notifying all members that this is the review time before we print the copies out. So that is just the. So if you want to take comments, I will start with CP. Then Akia will come next.
Mr. President, fellow Rotarians, I want to appreciate the selfless service of Rotarian Attorney Barney John through his classification. As a matter of fact, in the material for membership that I have dropped, it's one key area where we are encouraged to serve through our classification. Profession. Even as it may be, I wouldn't have made this comment, but I felt it's key because if we don't do it that way, just like all the things that have been outlined in those invitations as it regards membership today, not talking of yesterday, it can pull down a club. The club can be broken into pieces if you don't do it that way. And that is one. In the area of flexibility, when we are talking of dealing with members as customers, there's an aspect of the literature that says that if you say this is expensive or Panadol for your customer, you don't allow that customer thereafter to find out that, okay, now, what's the call expensive or Panadol to me at the end of the day? What is even Panadol? It's allowed. And for whatever you can see, that's a -1 in that floor. And if that one connects with others, I wouldn't want to rush because it's very charming. If you want me to rush, I will leave it. But when we get there, but that's the extent of leadership. But when we get there and it happens, I will say this is what two people didn't allow me to say that time. And now, talking about this review, we are not just going to put it on the platform. Every member has an email. We are entitled to have that. We're talking about Bible. We are entitled to have it in our email so that we go through it and say that this is what we sat down and agree upon. It's essential. It is part of what will make membership to be strong. It is part of what will make membership to have trust. So I want us to take that as number one. Number two is a question, sir. This time I'm the president. The question is, because you have the material and that it's not yet completed. And I've made the suggestion based on Rotary standard. Each one of us should have it, so that we can look at it that what we have put on together. And the question now is, has
First of all, let me see. If I say we are sending it to the platform is on your phone. The link is on your phone. For you to get it on the platform, when you get to your platform, you need an internet to access it. You need an internet. We'll send it to the platform and we'll send it to the email. Thank you very much. The platform. Yes, it's completed. Which element? Because
the return and thank you. You can't have two first steps standing. You cannot continue. Not able to manage. Sorry. So I think essentially I would say that everything has been completed. On the issue of history, I know that there were issues concerning that. It's too trivial to delay completion and of the bylaw. Trivial in the sense that I had the two versions. I have reviewed it. There have been consultation. Maybe I should make it public. There have been consultation by members of the club, the president, other members, because it borders on when you join the club, you may not know exactly. And so those people that consulted felt that now, if there is a disagreement on a particular issue between founding members, then it can only be the founding member that can confirm. And I looked at the adjustments to what the Doyen wrote, and I felt that it was in order. And so that's why I said essentially it's concluded, because it's too trivial for us to track. Because if we don't do it that way, you will say your own fashion is right. And just like the communication I am getting, the issue will now be who is to verify which had been done. And I'm saying the verification has been done. I have looked at it and I do not see a material difference in the communication from the two parties concerned. But then, for the purpose of this meeting, I will say that I will employ the president to perhaps give the council maybe yet another opportunity, say coming Friday, let's go and tidy up on this particular matter and revert, because people are pretty busy, particularly because of this condition. If you allow us to be debating this, anyway, the debate will be between me, the Shaka, and
thank you very much. You just made it. You just my brother, I am happy to invite you. Nobody is not a member of my club. When we get to that bit, we'll cross it. Thank you.
Now, I want to ask this question on observation. Along the line, we'll talk about having I don't know whether I should put in an election for nominating president, destiny. And I'm not sure, yes, not really destitute. And we are, of course, most of the things we do here is like we're following the steps of the district. And that is the only thing pending, and it does not cost us anything to do. In fact, by now, by the agreement there of the assemblies that we have passed it, which of course I expect that our legal luminary, people like the job. So I'm talking about the issue of president that we said did not desire. I don't know whether that has been reflected in the amendment in such a way that we can go ahead to I mean implement that.
I think it was concluded.
So if it was concluded, when are we starting? Are we starting this on next year? Because I believe the last assembly, I think we said we should do this.
Yeah, it is. What we can do
I don't want us to use that. We have a device taking this, we have this and that. So it should also reflect in the amendment.
I apologize if my comment is a bit out of tune because I stepped out in the work for a bit. I had the discussion on the history of the club. The history of Omole-Golden is not a constitutional matter. It cannot be a constitutional matter. What we said, which is in the bylaw, was that we should leave it to the council. So our constitution can still go as it is. If the council comes back with two versions of the history of the club, that's my position. Now, because if only 3 people will take 2 issues, they're nothing for us to do as a club. What we say, I mean, it's not like history of the world, history of history of the law, history of the it's not an issue that requires anything. If, for example, the two people should go, not align or agree on a particular one that is okay. If somebody, you know that is what we call alternative facts. So facts are not really the same. Okay, there is alternative facts, which is why we are saying that it's very reason that it should not be in the constitution. So it's not an what made by and Sam. Yes. So let's I think that you have the issue of the club from what we're talking about concerns us, which the club assembly has ratified, is that the picture of the club shall be as written and agreed by the council. So that takes care of that. Thank you. Now I'm going to sort it out. Thank you. That's one question. Thank you. Okay. And the issue that actually we have it already as a team. Family has actually initiated how to yes. So that question has been answered. So thank you very much will not be time I will remember. Will not be time. It will not be time we don't have all the time.
Okay. Let's stick to the program. Let's stick to the program. Let's stick to the program. Thank you. Thank you. After next week. So I think I'm going to invite how to respond. CP, I can create an essay because of you. Well, I can create an essay because of you. Let's talk about this. Without President, are we together? Are we together? Okay. The more we are together, together. The more we are together, we shall be for your friends. My friends are my friends, are your friends. The more we are together, the happier we shall be. It says forward, forward. Forward. The small one, it's so small, very small. Whatever President Bello, I'd like to pray for audience to let us stick together by doing this presentation within a short time, as quick as possible, because our time has been fast. It's interesting, that's why we said the small one. Those who have done 30, 40 minutes are now doing. Okay, now, sincerely speaking, when I came in, the ideal thing I should do was to go around and hug each person one by one and say thank you for all you did to make my birthday hangout a wonderful time on Tuesday. From the depth of my heart, I appreciate you all. Words of my mouth cannot express how grateful I am to all of you. Thank you very much. God will bless you for your time, for your resources, and everything that you put into it. But I have to quickly go and sit down because the session was already going on. Some of the things we should address at this retreat is to say which model to we follow. Is it that of those who come late and quietly go and take their seat, or the model of who will greet one person after the other? So, because somebody was commending him for doing that, and when I was sitting there, I was wondering, maybe it's an issue we need to look at once again, so that he will not continue to be a popular person while I am less popular, just because it's beautiful. Okay, so the topic we are looking at quickly is it's not coming on. Fundraising strategies in Rotary. Fundraising strategies in Rotary. And the learning objectives are as follows. At the end of this session, participants should be able to do the following. Number one, have deeper knowledge
and information about various strategies of raising funds for Rotary programs and activities. And the second one is to understand how to apply the strategies to raising funds for Rotary. Okay, we are there now. All right. So we are on many objectives. Let me tell you before you go to the next slide. Okay? Don't go on to the next slide when I say it. So why do we respond in Rotary? It's going to be very interactive. All of us will have something to say. We are learning together. Why do we respond in Rotary? Anybody?
We do we raise fund in Rotary because we want to sustain Rotary by, once we raise fund, we'll be able to do projects and we'll be able to show what we've been doing, and Rotary will be sustainable.
We respond to new projects. Any other one? Rotary, I don't know. I said what you wanted to say. Stop trapping our mind. Let me come to a new Rotarian. It's my mentee. I have not mentored him on this subject, but he's a very intelligent person. Why do you think we respond?
Well, of course, to run the operations of the club, in terms of the projects and also other secondary operations.
Thank you very much. Because of time, I'll go straight to my slide. Next slide, Rotary. Okay.
Why do we respond to Rotary? Raising funds is an opportunity for us to allow non-Rotarians to contribute into Rotary projects. Because when you set up a fundraising, most times we invited non-Rotarians and then we had their value into it. That's just what I want to add to.
Thank you very much. Rotary Anadia Ibroke said that she is a lecturer. And maybe I'm going to be borrowing from the skills of lecturers to address what I'm doing now. All the answers are correct, but they come under the next slide, which I have chosen to arrange in my own way because of the kind of attention I wanted us to pay to each of the issues. Look at my answers. So why do we respond to Rotary? And you'll be surprised that your mind probably didn't go there, but there are the real reasons. Number one, it is our responsibility as Rotarians. Are we together? It is our responsibilities as Rotarians to raise funds. You will understand that further later. Number two, Rotarians' personal funds only cannot make better impact in the community. Who disagrees with that? Your own money and my own alone cannot make the required impact that we wish to make on humanity. Number three, why we raise funds? We spend a lot already merely by being active Rotarians. Mark the word, active, not just by being Rotarians, active. This club is 100 and something people, and our average attendance is between 30 and 35. So we spend a lot already. You put fuel in your car to come here. Some of the places that you are supposed to go personally, you send people to do those things for you with your money because you want to be in Rotary. And when we get here, what do? We pay SA. I mean, even the colors on our desk now is about part of our responsibilities financially as members. And those members who do not come here regularly, they don't go through all of that with us. That's why we are putting emphasis on active. But notwithstanding, nobody should feel bad for being an active member because it is a thing of pride for you to say, yes, anytime they are counting, then I am always among. Number four, there is a lot more intervention to do in the community. This is related to point number two. There is a lot more. If you take a trip from here down to Ogiaro, down to Iju, down to other suburban parts of the state. You will be shocked at the conditions in which some schools and hospitals are. And that's how to understand that if we call ourselves people who are change makers, we need to raise more funds to be able to intervene in what conditions people are going through. Next slide. Now, look at this question now. It's interestingly dealing with the way we reacted to the previous question I asked. What do we raise funds for in Rotary? I should come to you to answer that one. Well, the answers are there already.
Just thought about the question you asked earlier, and I said she spoke my mind, but I just thought within myself that I have something to say. We actually raise money in Rotary to make our society better. You understand? Because you can have projects that does not affect your society and you have not done what you're supposed to do. So the essence of raising money is to see how we can affect our immediate community better.
Thank you very much for even making effort to get that you afterwards. So service projects is one of the reasons why we raise funds, because service is at the center of what Rotary is all about. And the next one is the Rotary Foundation. Interestingly, when I took the microphone around, our mind didn't go to that. And that actually is one major reason why we raise funds on what things we raise funds for. Special projects. For instance, we've been talking about having our own property where we can be holding meetings or even have some business opportunities embedded into. When we begin to work on that, aren't we going to be raising funds? So we also raise some funds for special projects, e.g. permanent clubhouse, and then others. Anything at all can come under others. Next slide. Now we are talking about strategies for raising funds. Let's go back to the previous. I want to take the background. Anybody can tell us, share with us strategies for raising funds. What I'm discussing is not something that all of us are not involved with. Strategies for raising funds. You can raise funds to property trades, and then organizing events. Fundraising event. Another fundraising event, other subsets comes for things like your raffle ticket, even your ticket at the gate. You are asking your guests to pay 50,000, but all you will use to entertain them is just like 10 or 12,000. That comes under events. Any other strategy for raising funds? American option will be part of the things that happen under fundraising events. But it's very, very key. Okay. Seeking for iPad. Okay. That is also another one. You know what I've tried to do is to put them under broad perspectives. But we can use our initiatives to put some little angles to it. Any other thing will come under any of these things that are written here, but they are not sacrosanct. There are others that we can add to it. So number one is, like we have said, fundraising events, and we have said many things can come under fundraising events. Number two is corporate partnership and collaboration. Corporate partnership and collaboration. As a matter of fact, as far as Rotary is concerned, at topmost level, majority of giant strides that the organization has made is as a result of partnership and collaboration with sister agencies and essentially the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which is almost a foundation that has partnered with Rotary. For Rotary to get to where it is now, it is determination to wipe off polio on the face of the earth. It's the same way for us as a club. And let us pay attention to this part of this discussion. The essence of this engagement is for us to know that there are many avenues that we have not been tapping as a club, which is making us to find it difficult to raise the kind of money that we need. So if Rotary International is partnering with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is it out of place for Rotary Club of Omole-Golden to partner with Ikeja City Hall, or to partner with Guinness Nigeria Limited, or to partner with Coca-Cola at our own level? If we check ourselves, we are likely to score zero in this area, and that is a very critical avenue for raising funds. Number three, individual canvassing among family, friends, and colleagues. How many of us do this very often? Canvassing for support with funds among our friends and families. I know that our teaching is a guru when it comes to that. Okay, let me personalize it. How many of us got money from friends, family, and friends while we were building the Donata project? How many of us? Let's be very. How many? Only the president-elect and the past president people. Only 2 people. 50,000. Okay. I also did. I got 50,000 from permanent secretary in this one. And private. Okay, now, but let's begin to imagine if all of us look in that direction. If you look at that project, there are some of us who didn't have the kind of contribution that we would have loved to have. But it may be just because we keep on looking within ourselves, we are not checking around to see who on our contacts may be inspired to want to do to help us a little more. As stakeholders involvement. What do you mean by stakeholders involvement? At times, even the project that you are doing, some of the people who benefit in those projects, they will say, yes, I want to contribute. You want to do borehole water for the community. Some of the people in that community are well to do. They will say, when we are raising the money, I would like to give my own part. So involve stakeholders. Ask others, partners about their philanthropic interests and align requests with them. Everybody out there has their passion. Some people it is children. Some people it is education. Some people it is health. For some people it is hunger. So anytime you want to step out to raise funds, have it at the back of your mind that you should know what your contacts like to give to you. And that is what you should sell to them. It's easier to get money out of people's pocket when you are talking to them about their passion. Okay, now, use of marketing communication vehicles, PR, advertising, e-marketing, publicity, etc. to raise funds is another major strategy. You can do a press release on your fundraising drive. You can use social media designs to tell people about the project that you are. I think we did a lot of that when we were working on the Donata project. And the next one is okay. You have others there. Anything comes on that others. Next slide. Communication in fundraising. Communication in fundraising. Now, this is very important because what you tell people when you are looking for money and how you tell them will determine the kind of reaction that you will get. So the first point to note under this is for you to be clear about what fund is being raised for. Hello? Are we together? Many times you see people saying, we want to sink borehole in our community. There are many Rotary Club installation brochure that I've seen. They will just write things that are big and they will put money across it. So people want to know. That's how they will be sure that you really need to use that money for that particular thing. Where is the school that you want to innovate your laboratory? You have to be clear. Give them detailed information so they know what exactly you want to do, and that will determine how seriously they will take you. Number two, create and implement transparent approach that underscores accountability. Are we together? Yeah. How do you ensure that your donors are sure that the money they are giving you will not be pocketed by someone? You need to deliberately create and implement such kind of strategy. Give them information. Let them understand that your club is structured in such a way that finances are well detailed and everything is under control and there are no leakages. It's very, very important. That's why many people will rather go and give money to the recognized foundation that they know how that kind of structures on ground. You will see some foundations, they will publish their statement of account, their annual income and expenditure. They will publish it in the newspaper. It's because they want to inspire the trust of their donors. So, number three, provide feedback and updates for donors and partners. When your data project was at different stages, we were publishing. The essence of doing that is because we want you to be able to show to the man who can do better that by the month, this is how far the project has gone. So this is one of the things you must pay attention to while we are listening on. Give necessary updates, carry them along, all through, because at the initial stage, they may not be giving you all that they might be able to give. But when they see the rate at which you are making progress and the assurance that you know they will likely want to do more. Number four, different past major interventions. One of the things that we do to be able to get attention from people when it comes to bringing out money to support us in project in Rotary is to talk about what achievements we have in terms of our interventions in the community. Are we together? So who can tell us, apart from Rotary polio eradication, if you want to raise money for Rotary Foundation, like you want to get somebody to donate to the foundation, what past achievements of Rotary International would you be able to come to? Whether at apart from polio, whether at district or club level, what else would you be able to tell anybody? Neonatal, fantastic. Now, neonatal is the detail of the answer that I am looking for. But because of time, let's go like this. Now, when we were doing the project, we got money for us to equip the neonatal. And how did we achieve that? We went through what is known as global grant process. So what you need to tell the prospect is that there's something that is called global grant, a form through which Rotary supports many projects of that nature all across the world. When you now want to give an example, that's why you talk about Donata, because just like we are doing on that, there are thousands of projects of that nature that the foundation is supporting all over the world. And don't forget, the money you are asking for is going to the Rotary Foundation. So that's just an example. Next slide. Okay, let's ponder on this. Let's ponder on this. Number one, how much funds have you raised from outside of Rotary to support club projects and activities? How much? I'm just going to put the mic to your mouth. Just think of how much you have done since you joined this club to support your club from outside, not from your pocket. No, not your own PHM. PHM that people that you can pass to people. Fantastic. Okay, For instance, then the owner has been able to get up to $3,000 to $4,000 contributed to support Rotary Foundation. And that goes into the club account, isn't it? I would have said that one of the reasons, one of the things we raise funds for is Rotary Foundation. So any other example, anybody wants to share with us how you have raised, but I'm not going to come to details tomorrow when it comes to that. Anybody? Let me talk to you who has tens of petrol stations all over the state. How much have you been able to raise to support this stuff from your contacts outside of Rotary?
Yes, 2.5 million.
Please, let's give a round of applause. Any other person want to share with us how much have you brought from outside? Anybody? Go to another move.
Okay, at the last installation, I think I was able to raise 500,000.
Okay, fantastic. Without taking much of our time, what lesson are we taking from this? It means that most of us who haven't really done very well in this area, what is our next opportunity? Who knows it? Our next opportunity is to bring funds from outside to support our projects. Who knows our next opportunity? President-elect. The installation and progressing. That is the next opportunity. Let's change the narrative. If you are operating at 0 level, say to yourself that this time around, you want to ensure that you do well in that area. Number 2, you shy about asking for help for the sake of humanity. This is a question that we just need to ask ourselves and answer. So many of us are shy. And if you are shy, you can't actually raise funds in Rotary. And you know why you don't have to be shy? It does not reduce you as a person. It does not weaken your morale. You know why? Because you are not asking for money for yourself. The man is not to transfer the money into the club's account. You know that it's not going to end up in your pocket. So feel free. We need to conquer that spirit of shyness when it comes to approaching individuals and organizations for funds. Now, do you believe you will be relieved financially by looking beyond yourself to raise funds for your clubs? Are we together? Do we believe that we will be relieved financially if we focus more on getting funds out of this money? I have so many friends that I know have been well with us to give, but they can't join you. They won't trust them. So why don't I come here all the time, spend my own time, do my literal say, but when the club is looking for $1 million, I'm talking to them. I'm showing them pictures. I'm sending them videos. That's an example of how we can operate. I always tell my story. When I was the president of this club, I was working at the Ministry of Home Affairs and Culture at that time, 2006. I didn't have $1,000 to contribute to the foundation. But you know how I did it? I approached the permanent secretary. I told her about Rotary Foundation. This is what we are doing. Please support us now. And she gave $1,000. By the time I finished as president, I'm not sure I would raise up to 4,000 or 5,000 because the club was still at the teaching level. But I am proud of myself anytime that I took that step because it's a story that I can tell now. The same thing applies to each and every one of us. Next time. I'm finishing with 1 minute. Next. Okay, what action would you like to take now? Without wasting our time, I will not list them. Make a list of your contacts who might want to selflessly give towards your club projects. Installation is coming up. Make a list today of people that will give towards those projects. Make a list of people who will give towards fundraising for a Rotary Foundation among your contacts. And you know your contacts are everywhere. They are in the church, the mosque, in your workplace, they are in other societies that you belong to. they are in your former school groups, your alumni at primary, secondary, and university level. And then number two, deliberately share your club activities with them from time to time. Do not wait until when you want to go and ask them to support the club program before you give them some appetizers on what we are doing in Rotary. Ensure that you give them a press of the activities of the club that will inspire them to want to give when you eventually approach them. Number three, make everyone around you know you are a Rotarian and what Rotary is all about. How many of us can tell in actual sense that our neighbors know that we are Rotarians? Let's be factual. That our neighbors know that we are Rotarians. Your neighbor, I'm not saying in your compound, the house to your right, the house to your left. In Philippines, in Adibola's estate, we have high profile people there. They mind their business. That is the way to go. You know why this must be so? It makes it easy when we have cause to eventually approach them because they already know and their mind is actually tuned to. Some of them will even begin to be, I don't know how to, they will admire you because they really wish that they could do what you are doing, but it's just that they don't have the courage to do it. So when you ask them eventually to support what you are doing in the club, it's a lot easier for them to listen to you. Decide to be one of those who must help in raising funds for the club at every opportunity. If you look at the slide, I wrote in capital the word must. Make it a must that anytime this club is looking for funds, whether for your pocket or from outside, your name is usually on the list. That is how to be a functional Rotarian. And I said it has to be every opportunity. Ask me why I said it should be every opportunity. The likes of myself and Omole-Golden and the chair president have been here since 2003. So you can imagine, you can begin to ask yourself, how come we have not gotten tired? And it's what we are doing now. We're doing since all those years. So that's why you wonder how some people will join Rotary and after 2 years they have left. And then they tell you that I can't go. Oh, then you understand? It's about your own determination. You need to set yourself that at every opportunity. And when you say that, when you get that in yourself, God Almighty has a way of enabling you and assisting you to be able to function in that capacity. In conclusion, what Rotarians bring to the table is their passion for service. We all can only sustain of our club by assisting to agree with this conclusion. Roger, do you agree with this conclusion? Yeah. Roger, thank you for agreeing for the conclusion that you did not actually listen to. Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much for the Rotarians for listening. It's been a pleasure.
Announcing Rotary, and then to progress in point, I can tell you I have an experience when it comes to my health tips. The day someone invited me for a birthday within my estate, the man just knows me, didn't know anything about me, just told my neighbors that they should please invite me. And when I got there, I realized that the man celebrates his birthday every year. And it's very liquid. He celebrates his birthday every year. On Christmas Day, people in the whole estate will convert to his house. And I look at it that this is a hanging fruit, low hanging fruit to the top. I didn't know the man liked me so much without even interacting with me. So he said they should ask me to come and sit beside him. And I sat beside him and I was looking at myself, what do I have to offer? We didn't speak for 2 minutes before I told him your house there, we are building a United building. Within 2 weeks, the man gave me a check of 500,000 naira for the United building. He has that money. He has never been to a Rotary event. He likes waiting for you to spend the money. That's the way I mean for everybody. Is it only the tradition that we can respond for? Because I think that's the only fundraising event that is clear. Is it only the tradition that we can respond for? Okay, let me just come to one side, but I know he has explained certain other areas through which we can respond. Yeah, you know, we spoke about what we raise funds for. We are only using installation as a very handy illustration, because that is what we are all familiar with, you understand? And I remember I mentioned that our neonatal project, you understand, is one of the example of things that we raise money for. And I also mentioned that the proposed club house is another example of things that are not even necessarily among projects that we are going to report to RI or district. But at the same time, we will need to raise money for it. And I remember we also discussed the issue of the Rotary Foundation as one of the reasons or things that we raise money for. So it's not only installation, but don't forget that at the installation event and fundraising, so many things that we need money for are stated in our brochure. So it's like an umbrella that covers many opportunities to raise funds. Thank you. Thank you very much for everything. I actually think about while I was looking, I know the work is more than and I was celebrating, and it just occurred to me that it's the best time to send Rotary to this man. And I told him, he's the one celebrating his birthday. I told him that, why don't you do something of your own? What is it? I told him about the matter, and he gave us 1 million naira. So those are just to identify the passion for families. So at any point in time when it's relaxed, when you sell anything to me about Rotary, that is just and that was even the reason that I think time was what we need to operationalize our project. So the next presentation is the last one. This is very, very important to all of us. While the PE was making the presentation the other time, I don't think she made mention of seeking fund. I don't think seeking fund was part of our presentation. It must have been an oversight. But it's all about. But we have one of us here who is to manage of such things, and they would like to give us possible investment option for our sector, so that the manager does not just lie with here. Don't do anything. Just put it there. So I want to put it okay. To give this 50% of investment options for our sector fund. After him, we are going to take group picture. It is only those of us that are taking retreat. If you did not apply the picture, you did not attend. Good afternoon, my president and my fellow Rotarians. When I was called to bring this presentation, I just told myself that I heard somebody said it is not anybody's money, it's the plus money. So I put that one at the back of my mind when I was preparing this document. But in the course of discussion today, I heard somebody make mention of risk. But I want us to understand that risk is in everyday life. That even while we are coming here, we took risk. By entering inside your car and driving to this place, we are taking a risk. But the only thing that we need to do is to identify that risk, find a way of mitigating it. Now, and I also understand that every investment is risky if it is not managed by an expert. And while Rotary or PP, sorry if I get, I'm still learning the ropes. While it was making a presentation, talked about treasury, monetary treasury. I think investment is also part of treasury. We need to be monitored. Why people look, whether in equities or in bond, because they don't monitor it. If I construct a portfolio for my clients, the only thing I tell them is that every year you rebalance your portfolio because the macroeconomic variable cannot be the same every year. We are talking about inflation that is running away, and inflation cannot be 22% thereabout, and the interest rate we see 11.5. It is not possible. And we understand that as inflation is rising and the FPR is rising to meet every other interest rate price. Please, can you display the? So I was looking at the various vehicles to which we can deploy our investment. One is the capital market, which is through equities. The other one is money market, which is through fund placement and treasury bills. Then the other one is debt market, federal government bond, federal government. And I believe that most of us here know about equities. So I won't just go out to and then also the returns that you can get from the second is total return, which is capital appreciation. So I will just go straight because of time. I'll just go straight to what I think that we should be looking at when we invest in equities. The stocks I have here, one, I have MTN, that will be second, Stepla, Airtel Africa, Nestle, Omole-Golden on this. Why did I click on this? On the floor of the Nigerian stock exchange, we have the and in a way that we are these stocks that are listed, they have CG plus, which means they have high corporate governance. And one of the things that confirms over time is poor corporate governance. And these stocks that have listed here are PFP stocks. PFP invest in their money because
we have declared available at least for the past 5 years. If I zero in and I take MTN for instance, MTN and MTN Africa are into telecommunication. We understand that they are just moving from 4G to 5G. And I believe that if we stay here, there is nobody here that have not been using data. Whether it is through voice call, you are paying your network, or whether you are on WhatsApp, you are paying your network. And I also understand now that before you can be on the 5G for MTN, you pay a monthly rental of 5,000. That is money making. Not only that, they have moved from provision of internet and the rest. They are going into fintech. They all have payment service bank. MTN has mobile, while Africa has smart cash. So they cannot stop making money. And the only thing is that, yes, there is an intrinsic value of a store, but there's also a market value of a store. From where they are now, is just the market value. If you look at the intrinsic value of MTN and LT, they are not supposed to be trading what they are trading. And if you ask me, when it is going to invest in the capital market, is by buying it. By the thing that when the stock have actually gone down. Airtel Africa, the 52-week high of Airtel Africa is 2,040. But the market beat it so much that it came to 1,198. It is not that they are not making money, it's because of the situation that is prevalent both in the market and in the economy. So taking position is solved. You can't make mistakes with it. Then come to Dangote Cement. One of the things that I understood with that guy is that, or what I had, is that when there are possible three political parties that may likely reach the presidency, they will invest equal amount in them, so that whoever that emerges at the end of the day is at the center. And from what I also learned, that there is every possibility that most of the road, based on what he did on, I think, Omole-Golden road, that most of the road will be constructed by the use of cement. And that is going to be massive. Seplat and Airtel Africa have dual listing. They are both listed on the AGS and listed at London Stock Exchange. Why is that good? Is that most people, when there was no scarcity of forex, they were elected to go and sell their share on the floor of the London Stock Exchange and getting pound instead of naira. Seplat is in oil and gas. Whether we like it or not, the moment all the blue that is happening in the world has settled down, the barrel of oil will likely get to 100 naira back. Nestle, I cannot see many households where at least the product of Nestle is not consumed. If you don't use their seasoning, you do their beverage. So for a very long time, I think Nestle have come to stay. Okomo and Presto, they are into red oil. And from the news that we are getting, they cannot satisfy the market. They are not actually only into this oil. They do palm kernel and the rest. And when you look at this share structure, no Nigerian have up to 5% of both Okomo and Presto, and they are doing wonderfully well. And if you look at it again, that when you set up a business and somebody wants to copy you, maybe you look at your model and run and go and start another business and begin to compete with you. But how do you want to compete with Okomo and Presto? How long will it take you to get oil palm seedlings and begin to trade them? Before you begin to produce palm oil, they will have gotten so far. So those are the ones I just listed, 7 of them: MTN, Dangote Cement, Seplat, Airtel Africa, Nestle, Okomo Oil, and Presto. They have CG plus laws. Their corporate governance is very strong as far as the Nigerian Stock Exchange is concerned, and they are blue chip companies. They are not yo-yo stock. They don't fall anyhow. Go and check.
The 52-week high of Dangote has been 300. As we speak, is trading 270. The lowest you get on this. The other one is placement of funds. I don't know why this is not on the. I think it will be better appreciated. Placement of funds. That is, instead of the traditional leaving your money in the bank account, there are investment banks which you can place your fund with. 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. The minimum is in minimum per annum, and that is a free investment. This can be done 90 days, 180 days, and 360 days. The only risk that you have there is if you are going to terminate your investment, then you pay penalty. You want to terminate before the maturity. If not, it's a win-win affair. It's a risk-free investment. Then we have a federal government bond. Federal frequency, it occurs every 3rd Monday of the month and allotted the following Wednesday. The minimum amount when you are buying from the primary market is 50 million. Coupons are paid semi-annually, that is every 6 months. The current rate as at April 2023 auction, the federal government 2028 was 8.14%. Federal government 2032 was 14.8%. Federal government 2042 was 15.4%. And FGN 2050 8%. Why will it be good? Because there is an inverse relationship between and interest rate on add money. Peradventure will kick in at 15.8%. It means that you have 2 options. It's either you hold your position and collect your coupon semi-annually until maturity, or you sell. That is if you need liquidity. But peradventure that the incoming government make things well and the interest rate begin to come down, you'll be seriously in money. How does that mean? Because if interest changes, let's say you are in position of 50% and you now get to a time that the new bonds are issued at 10%. It means that especially when they have the same tenor, it means that if you buy a 50%, are going to collect of 15% until maturity. Same time, if you buy a 10% coupon, you are going to collect 10% until maturity. So you prefer to hold that of 50%. So, and if you are already in position of 50% and rate happen to come down, the sky is your limit. Why do I bring this? Because it is club money. With this that I've said, you cannot miss it. The treasury bills. You go to the bank and tell them to fix your money for you. What they are selling to you is the secondary market. But you want to actually gain in buying your trading, the primary market, especially when it's secure. The amount treasury bill is 1 million. It is sold at a discount, which means that if you put the 1 million, they will give you the percentage in the account. But we give you the interest rate upfront. Then at maturity, you collect the face. Also, of course, fortnightly. 90 days, 6%. 182 days was 8%, and 304 days was 40%. Like I said, I zero in on this type of investment because it's for the poor. These are the investment that you can embark upon and go to sleep. I have said it before. The bond and the treasury bill are risk-free investment. The only thing that will be threatening them is when our government fails. And I don't think that from all we have said, have the government that will face. And this and the top-notch stocks that have identified from the NSC, I believe, as at the time that this investment is taken, will not put the floor back. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, the president just went in to you. So great presentation. I think we have an advantage. And that's why if you're a Rotarian, you have an advantage. Now you have received information that should ordinarily have cost you money, because he has given you hints on what some people use to make money. And he has told us shares that stocks that we can actually key into, and chances are that those stocks are not likely to depreciate. But even if they do, just like I said when in my presentation, I think the risk can be managed. The risk can be managed better. Particularly, it says something if you allow professional to handle your financial needs. So a good number of us, we just hear that people earn money from the capital market and we jump into it. We do not know how it is done. Thank you. The president is back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. Please, just 5 or 10 minutes. Now, President Kavira, I just stepped out about 2-3 minutes ago. And please, this is very important to us. My government is, I think my government should be in your mind. My government should be in your mind. Unless your mind says, I am not the president. So, President Kavira, in all these options you give us, we have a financial plan called Sinking Fund, which we put money every year. It's a matter of law in our club. We must have heard about it as we are talking. For this Rotary year, let's assume that we have 2 million in our account. The money will have been like 5 million or 6 million or 10 million by now. It was as a result of COVID that we used part of it for our projects. Now, can you give us a forecast in all this your explanation that if we take 2 million from that sinking fund, in the next 5 years, we want to have the same investment, since we are not using the money, no administration coming and use it, except for doing the, I think that will not happen. Since we have plan. Now, in the next 5 years, what can we do with 2 million naira for the next 2 years? 2 million naira. Thank you very much. What I normally do, those days they used to say, don't put your eggs in one basket. But now they say, put your egg in one basket and watch it. But I also believe in diversification. Why diversification is because, like I said, microeconomic variables will continue, they are dynamics. Now we are expecting a new government, and the new government we have is 14, and the Nigerians will be watching his body language. He said hitting the ground running, and if he did, Nigerians will react, the economy will react, every other thing that we react. So what I will advise is that we do what they call portfolio weightings. My president, what I will advise is that if you want to invest, take the money into 3. A part in bond, a part in treasury bill, a part in equities. Why did I say so?
Now, look at it. If Treasury bills 364 days give you 16%, it automatically means that for that year, you are going to get 60%. And if you continue in that trajectory for 5 years, that will be 16.5%, which is guaranteed because it's a risk-free investment. The same thing with bonds. The only thing that with a bond, like I said, you have two options. It's either you wait until the maturity date, even when the rate has went higher, it does not really, it's not when you want to trade. When you want to trade your, if you don't want to trade, you have already locked in that coupon. That is what you are going to get until the maturity date. But if the government now perform better and rates are coming down, we make more than what we were supposed to make because you cannot trade your position. If rates come as low from 15% to maybe 10%, because at that time, like I explained, all the bonds that will be issued will be for 10%. So people will want to take that because as only it's the same tenure. Let's say for purpose of argument, the same tenure. Another 5 years, your bond have another 5 years for maturity. There's another 5 years that's issued for maturity 5 years. But yours is 15%, which means that if you hold that bond, you're going to collect a coupon of 15% until 5 years. Then there's another new one that is 10%, which means you also buy, you are going to collect 10% on the 5 years. So your 15% will be more attractive. Then you cannot sell. You will even make more than, there's a way it's calculated in the future up to the number of 5 years you have not gotten to. So both the bond and the treasury bill are risk-free. So if you can, if 2032 is 15%, means that if you hold your position until the maturity, you are going to be collecting 7.5% every 6 months because it's come semi-annually. Then let's come to the stocks. The stocks that I have actually said about. The only reason why you can lose when you put your money inside is like what will happen with what we saw between January and March. One, the issue of scarcity, the Naira no scarcity, the election effect, and whatever. If the economy is good, those stocks, if they lose so much, 5%, and again, no matter what the economy is doing, it's not as if they will not continue to make money. They will continue to make money in the future. Like I said, take Dangote Cement, for instance. What I understand that guy has done, first of all, was to cage Wanko in the Wekoro by buying mineral rights all over them, that they cannot expand beyond the time. That is how good they see. The other thing that they had issues with Boa is like they settled it based on, say, Paracon. But nobody can lead in that industry. And it's also involving in share buyback. Is buying shares and destroying it. Why? Because they want to increase the value of the stock. If you are talking about Airtel Africa is not only the Airtel in Nigeria, it's wherever Airtel is in Africa. Airtel Africa was listed, every other stock on the floor is listed at 50 kobo. Airtel Africa was listed at $1. They declared their shares both in dollar and dividend both in dollar and in naira. If you elect to take dollar, they will pay you dollar. And it has dual listing. You can buy Airtel in Nigeria and go and sell it in London and get pound instead of getting naira. The same thing with Sepla. Sepla is into oil and gas. So there is a guarantee.
All right. And my Rotary president fellow Rotary, I can see that a good number of my people are just watching. And so all these technicalities will not be necessary. So what I would advise, but I think recently is truthful, because when the president came, he said we have this amount of money to give you. I said, hold on, let me hear what he has to say concerning shares and the rest. But it was better. He said split it into 3, meaning that's 35. That's God's meaning. Because none of the issue of stock is a very complex thing. It's just that you cannot invest. Let me be honest with you, my dear brother. In Nigeria, all the analysis we are doing, we are merely still speculating. Because the truth about it is, when it comes to Nigerian economy, it's a state of uncertainty. And so if you are investing in an environment where the risk is high, no problems. And that's why I said the higher the risk, the higher the return. And we have some economy where the risk is moderate. But in Nigeria, you cannot even measure the risk. I'm telling you, we just cannot lock up our money in the house. That's it. And so, as you are complaining that, okay, this market said, what is going on? People are making billions of naira. At the same time, people will be losing millions of naira. That's why I classify it as an uncertain. I said that if you have money, put some there, put some there. But I put it to you, my brother. What happened in Ghana? Why do banks in Nigeria who invested in bonds and treasury bills in Ghana had to lose billions? Because I'm putting it to you because you are a practitioner. To probably give an answer. Because some of those banks, but for Nigerian market, some of them have crashed. And yet, treasury bills and bonds are supposed to be risk-free. Can you now see that all of these things are almost, nothing is really risk-free? So maybe you can attend to that. Thank you.
Thank you, but no, first of all, said it that there's no aspect of life nothing carry this. That is one. Then secondly, I think I will first of all in my village, they said if you know how your wife, you look at mother-in-law. The stocks I have come to that are presented forward have been observed over time. I didn't, there's no bank there. I didn't make mention of any bank because yes, they come with good results, like we saw in Zenith, fantastic dividend of around 90 kobo. But when it was marked down, it came down lower than the 29. I'm talking about equities that the market have passion for. Even on the day of markdown, the market can revert back the markdown. It happened to the car. Total was markdown. The very day total was markdown because of the value. Because of the value of total, the market returned it back. Now, we said treasury bills funds are because they are guaranteed by the government. But we understand what happened in Ghana. The government was so indebted. Because one best that will happen is that when you are indebted, your sovereign bond will become chunk bond. Because that's the same way that the buyers will feel that you don't have the capacity of paying back. Every bill is issued on the strength of the government. Bonds are issued on the strength of the government. Why? I think when I was started, I said that what we have here, that I do not see our government feeling so. The Ghanaian economy may not have the resilience that the Nigerian economy has. We have seen what happened to Ghana before in the Ghana must go era. And a little while they were able to come through and they could not manage it. Let me tell you, sir, there's something particular about the Nigerian. When those play match and they said God is a Nigerian, we think it's really God is a Nigerian. Do you know that it was believed, including me, that this January, March, every bank that will release result would have gotten into a state of the loss. But that is when they released the most fantastic result. Access to literature to water one, fantastic. But take it on the other flip side, Guinness and Nigeria Brews. You know where we are home and you don't have cash. All we're doing is transfer. Every transfer you make, you will be charged. I was buying from my Aboki across. I will take everything else when it is 1,000 before I do transfer. Then I know I will be charged. But now let me tell you where the effect now came. This Nigeria Brews and Guinness. The two of them made losses of almost 170% loss. Why? Who was drinking? And if you ask me, the normal beer parlor, the crop of people that actually buy this beer are not the one that do transfer. First of all, in the beginning, nobody was even taking transfer. It took time before people begin to take transfer. And again, when you do a transfer, the person will say, wait, let me get a lot. Oh, somebody that want to drink a bottle of beer is waiting for 30 minutes because it's waiting for one alarm to come. So that was why they lost. So you can see even when macroeconomic variables are going down. Again, what I normally say, if these are down and you are a heavy drinker, normally consume water. The what that happens is that you drink 4, you drink 2, or you drink 1. But if you want to build a house, you don't manage cement. If you need 1 bag of cement, you need 1 bag of cement. You cannot manage it. And HS said 5,000 will give you 20 gig for the month. If you must have to be on the internet, you have to part with that 5,000. And when you do that 20 gig, the rate at which you should rush, sometimes your 20 gig will have expired even before the month ending. So that is exactly what is happening. Ghana economy failed. That is why they are treasury bill and above. That is why the exposure of the banks to Ghana treasury bill and bond, they are actually affected. So what they do is to write it off. Write it off. And for adventure, writing it off is not walking away. You know, in every account year, you make provision. So writing it off does not mean walking away. For adventure that tomorrow the Ghana government bounce back and they have to recover, they write it back into their financial income.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think purposely, I want to ask because the club is an institution. We are making money for projects. We are saving money for tomorrow. But the money we are saving for tomorrow, we are just keeping it at the bank, and the bank is using it to make money, and nothing is coming back to us. I know in our Bible, the sinking fund management is in the hand of the committee which has to do with the council members. So that's why I wanted us to take this, so that we can, between now and when we are going to have the next assembly, we can take the decision that the money we have made since last Rotary year and this Rotary year, let's do something in terms of investment, so that by the time the incoming administration is coming and having value to it, we have something for us. So every year we say we have 2 million, we have 2 million. What is coming out of it? What are we doing as an income? So the second no questions. I would like to invite. Okay, we have does anybody have any other thing to say? Apart from what I'm saying is family. Let's thank you. We will take our picture.
Thank you, my president. Actually, my comments actually around the membership. You know, I want to talk more about the retention of members. And this is a little analysis I want to make. When I came into the club around a year ago, when I go there and sign, I always remember that we have like 35, 30 people that were always coming. And by that time, I think the membership of the club was around 70 or 75. Now, we are almost 114. If you go back to see the attendance, find that we are still around that kind, 35, 40 that still sign. So something is telling me that maybe we need to be very intentional to analyze what is happening to. Hello, President. So my question is, if 35 people have been added in the last one year or thereabouts, and does not have any impact on the attendance, the engagement. So maybe do you want to also do like a survey and say, okay, in the last 1 year, maybe the people that joined, why have they not coming back? So something to just be intentional to ensure that we drive this member, so that we're not just driving numbers, we are driving the real growth. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. I think this thing has been very several times. In this Rotary year, we have had 21 new members. Out of that 21 new members, I think we have about 6 diaspora or 5 thereabouts. I can't really place the number now. And in terms of those numbers, it varies on the number of participation. If we are saying that whether it has had an effect or not, it may not have an effect on the number of people that attend our meetings, which but it has some other effects. For example, some of them equally participate in our support. Who gave us about, is it 100 or 200 numbers of the sanitary pads, 100 sanitary pads. It's a value added to our project. And then she has always been attending our meetings online. She was there at the time when she was in the country. So in terms of value addition, we should not look at it in the number of meetings we attend. I know that there's no time that we sit down that we have all something we need to work on at the time. And my team is working as well. Thank you, my President. My President, I think I want to say something. We are here in this club and we are only members of the club of Omole-Golden. And as such, whatever we have to say, we say it there, there's no saying that between us. My President, we have had interaction with some members. And one of the reasons why you see people coming to club and then they are shortening, they are making it to this meeting and they will not come to another meeting. It is because of one thing. One, SA. A lot of people are dodging from SA. If I come to a meeting, the first thing they will look at, as I came late, hey, this is your SA, this is what I want. Hey. For people that refuse not to come to meeting, there's no consequence. They are sure that they will not pay anything. Yes, they are sure that they will not pay anything. If I come to meeting, the next thing is you come, you are late. You have to pay, you are late. But the people that you will not see them 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings. Anything, okay. Some they will just give $5 and then people will clap or people will clap for them. You want to hear so coming to meeting every meeting and have to pay $10 for them. So people look at it, it's already normal. It's in. You understand? But we have to tell ourselves the truth. If people don't come to fellowship, there should be consequences for not coming to fellowship. Try to stay at home. I stay at home and say, okay, because I'm at home, I'm online. So people that come to meeting, those people are the people that will do everything. They have advantage over people that don't come from. But the way it seems in this club is that those that come to meeting are at disadvantage when they want to find and every other thing. They don't come to meeting. If you don't come to meeting, don't ask them.
Well, planning to say, we are not doing whatever. Please, my president, let's say it.
Okay, I think I like that handle of argument. Ajani, please, let us have the Bible. You have the Bible. Yes, I'm coming. Next slide.
My lieutenant presidential materials. Great observation from the council secretary. Now, the truth about meetings, the only way we can improve is following strictly what Rotary says, that if you miss 4 meetings consecutively, you stand to be terminated. Yeah. No. You see, you do not, I'm telling you, there are some things. I am telling you what then that's because if you do not stick to that, some people will say that's one. Two, in our bylaw, I recall that if you do not come for meetings, anytime you come, they will calculate, I think, 2,000 naira, and you must cumulate that 2,000 for not coming, then you will have. Now, President, did you hear? I want to tell you. Now, but then, if I'm not afraid of losing members, then you can take some decisions. But in promoting congregation, say, okay, things are difficult, things are like this. But then those of us that are assistant governors that have gone to clubs, I can tell you categorically, I happen to be AG to the largest club in district 9110, which is Rotary Club of Maryland. Their population is 157. Now, the average attendance is 20-something every meeting. Yeah. Can you imagine? I push that what is wrong, what is, but if you have something, just like you said, if you have something to do, if you reach out to 167 people, maybe about 100 people will, and you too can visit them. It's 7 for 7:30 at an hotel inside I should be buying President. June and I have there a couple of times. So you can bring them. So you have an average of 20-something. Then you're asking yourself, what is the problem? That's just, but to resolve it is what I said. We have a bylaw that says you have to do something if you are not coming to meetings. But really, they are cheating some of us that are coming regularly. And when they come, they drop, even if you drop 20,000, somebody you have not seen in 3-4 months, and we all come. But here is somebody who's been coming every week and dropping maybe 5,000 averagely. You can imagine. But then, for those of you coming, I feel that there are personal satisfaction that you get. And so it will be difficult to enforce that if you don't come, you must come by force. Because me coming, I derive some personal joy and satisfaction, which if I stay at home, I will not get. Another way to get people to come is we need to make our meetings very, very lively. Very, very lively. Because if you know that the meetings will be lively, then you will want to come to a meeting. Like today, the issue, somebody said my council secretary, you know why that may not particularly be an excuse is see today. Today we are said come and eat free of charge, come and drink free of charge, and yet you understand? I just feel that there is, but again, on the final news, before I drop the mic, when we get to the last quarter of the Rotary year, that is what we call fast. People generally tend to just slow down. But they feel that we are in a cruise mode let us slow down. We are getting ready for July 1, moving forward. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to the there's a Rotarian among us. They have not been to the meeting this year. They gave me 700,000 naira as project support. Some few weeks back. Promised and paid 700,000 naira to assist in providing furniture at Atlanta. He pays his dues regularly. I think he said sometimes he comes online, but it's because of his job. He's a permanent secretary in the state government. And he said he cannot be making it all the time. Many times he will call me on Thursday, Daniel, I will come tomorrow morning. And something will happen that I know genuinely will not make him happy, will not make him come. That kind of a person, I can't throw him under the bus. So those we are talking about, I just asked Daniel to give me the bylaw. Now they said any member who contravenes community. So invariably the bylaw is saying that you pay 1,000 naira if you don't come to it. We now have a column in our financial report that says how much you are owing for every month. So that's just the okay.
Mandated president. I think Rotary has holistically dealt with the matter, and your choice of bringing up citing that example also, showed us that on that matter we have to be careful. But it's not Rotary International. I suppose that's what I wish. I want to find what Rotary International has said concerning this, even though what we have in that Bible is our making. For the present situation as it's now, check all the regulations of Rotary International. He's talking about flexibility, which is what Global Blessing mentioned. Freedom to be a member, you can terminate it. However, there's a point, sir, which will have been you have exhausted argument and explanation. But sir, without president, if you want to step at the God assembly, that you want to be. But we are forgetting that something said that is sacrosanct forever, and this is it. Most people go to meeting now cannot come and say, should be about that. Don't come to meeting. So my friend, so that is what's happening. If not, if we go by the fact and want to use law, we will go against the flexibility Rotary is pushing and the innovation they are talking about concerning membership, which is what is recent. As a membership now, which is what they don't know. They are even saying now that when you look at the figure and you are not seeing the
or it's not paying. It's not paying. Just saying, his or her, ask question. Why are you leaving? Why don't you want to come again?
I know that person is not the one. But transition money we plan. We have about 5 or 10 of them. Apart from paying the dues, also paying some other, and those ones have not been.
Hi, Rotary President, fellow Rotarians. What I want to say is in line with what the people are saying concerning the. Last week I heard something. Maybe I've not read back the Constitution where they said that anybody that doesn't pay the SA at the end of the year, they can pay half of whatever they are holding. That if you don't pay your SA from the beginning of the year, the accumulated SA that you will pay half at the end of the year. I don't know that that is in the Constitution. Because I've heard it, that is what they say. Because I just need to clarify because I have not read that. Hello, we've seen what's on the platform, what's the treasurer and the president of the platform. We see people going to the tune of 50,000, 60, even 70,000 naira. 100,000 for SA. And I'm now learning that because they said at the end of the year, if they are going, they can pay half of that money. Me, I don't know anything about that. I've been watching for, I don't know. But I never, if everybody is waiting till the end of the year to pay SA, how are we going to do our project and that? So I think we need to address that. I don't know why you can say you belong to a club, like whatever member of the club, and you know 50,000 naira. I know now, no, it's not fair. Let's follow them before waiting. And we are still doing the question, we are saying this. We are not saying anything. It is not fair. Some of us that don't have money for time. It's annoying. Whatever thing is like X1, so it's not fair, and we're not following the forward things.
No. Let me first clarify that. Decided that people should pay money. Let me tell you something. There's something we have been doing. You'll see that some members always tell me that why are you not posting those who are home? There are things we are doing at the back end, myself and the treasurer. Some people have challenges and which they call personally to tell that I have this challenge, I will do it and I will do it. I send messages connecting to those who are home. Secretary boards. He sent them, and treasurer boards, he also sent them emails. And we are seeing effect and response to some extent. So it's part of the idea, it's part of equity and inclusion. If I now throw it to that person's phone every day. So because we can't remove some days and leave some days. You understand? And since the response is high, let me also tell you, at the board meeting, at the last board meeting, we are thinking that all board members, the way was not out. Even the people that are going putting the only one of the other time that was supposed to was the other time related and asked and which important after the so there was no time people were actually that and this year for this let me finish. For this year, we promise ourselves that we are not going to allow and invest in it. And it's part of treasury management. You are loaning me money that is not it. You understand? That money is much. But we now said, okay, how can we get access from the government? Instead of we acting in negative, and tomorrow because that person is not negative. And then it's I think I'm what? So when you want to with due respect, I disagree with you on something. Number one, if I'm the SA of this club, and then somebody has walked up to me to say, due to one circumstance or one condition, he or she is unable, then we post the name of such a person on the platform regularly that the person has not been. It is different from somebody that I know and afford to pay that money, but he or she decides on our own not to pay. Hello, sir. Hello. Okay, I am talking about SA. I am talking about SA here. Now, somebody is going. I am talking about somebody owing 100,000 naira every year. And the person has called me to say that the president said you should call me to negotiate. And I told you, bring it to the group. Because if you pay half of that money, then even me myself that I'm coming here and I'm paying next day, is it justified? Is it justified? Now, in other day, you decide to come with him. Now, if all of us choose to wait till the end of the year, then that means that all of us will come to club and be paying whatever we like. So at the end of the year, we give cash. For me, I am paying, I am the one writing the names. If I am paying, I am the one collecting the names. I should be removing my name. Even when I come and I do donation, I pay. Even somebody has to treat the SA and they charge. Why would somebody else not pay? Is it fair to our concern? This matter at all. It belongs to all of us. Not even the president or council of past president. It's a club here. For the sake of new members, maybe we need to write it from the platform that beginning from June, the 3rd or the 10th day of June, we give you another 10 days notice. If you don't pay you will. SA, if you don't pay your SA, it will as annual dues. Failure to pay by some place to the end of the year. It's shocking to us. We can say they are around us like physics and love, and somebody will say because I'm 9, negotiate. What negotiate and never work with this job. Which is not a problem. I'm going to explain.
my Rotary president, yeah. I remember when H.O. was talking, asking a question about SA issue and all, and it's still coming up. That to tell you that it's a serious issue and it has always been upheld in our club. I give an analysis why somebody who is going SA should pay his SA if that person have attended meeting. How much do we pay for food? 2,000, and our mandatory is 3,000. So somebody paying 50,000. And the person has not attended meeting for maybe 20 times. That's 2 times 40. The 2 times 20, that's 40,000 naira. Now, all the two we want to make this fast here. You cannot be breakfast for free. You have to pay for it. But again, this anybody that's going anything and I'm attending meeting, very like
I'm very concerned about two aspects which have to do with our needs and everything. Let me look at our we are looking for possible way and to someone like me, several in the past make mention of our own. I want to say to this house that if toward the end of the year, a member of this club who have one challenges or the other, what makes sure to bring our needs for our annual, if what that person has paid covers all covers all the district use. It's 2 things I want to say. District use and allied use. If it's because of M, I don't think we need to analyze that. Instead, I'm not sure that on issue of equity, I'm so much something of this nature after a discussion at the work. What is our which became and I did not feel that we always start. But for people always make the numbers of money, that don't depend how many we don't that we should look for it. I have to look at this. As an average of personal, what I was doing to my president, what are we doing? No, because I know my president, you see the issue of SA.
very seriously. Now, our mandatory is 250,000. Now you come to a meeting and you say, and they approach you that the way you are wearing your cap, that you are not wearing it well, you pay $3. And I tell you, I come and come and you get person, you understand? You see, once we are doing anything, what please, you can use your own wisdom to say, yes, I make them of it all this kind of money for people. When somebody like ready to pay, don't put that money for the person. Those are the kind of money you put and you not get. Now, I know the last time you came to me, wanted to pay money. And I told you I was not going to pay that money. Now, that instance, how to write this one? That money will not be there. I'll give you an instance. They sent me message that I'm owing 11,000. And I said, please, can you send to me the meetings where I am owing that money? Maybe the meeting hasn't come because once I come, I just send the 2,000 and you say I'm owing another 11,000. Because I calculated how much, what I'm owing 1,000. And then you now pronounce it on your own. Whether I came to meeting or not, you say I'm owing 11,000. My name is there. And I don't know how many people that will have that kind of problem. That's how we speak when I will call.
Talking about like years ago, we agreed that the club assembly that we out of those members out, you are fine, you are paying 10,000 and all that. Then we agreed at the end of that meeting, it's so compulsory to go to SA 5,000 new, 3,000 new, and that is it. So if they record it for you, and the SA to general post it, first week, second week, third week, and you didn't see anything, they're not going to blame anybody. They're not going to blame anybody. That's that. Then talking about SA, year in, year out, I can talk about year in, year out. This is an all airy club. If you are not able to go to Rotary Club of Reduced Street, it's a very sensitive one. Let's look it up. Let's listen up. There are some, if you want to belong to the big boys, there is a cost attached. Now, the cost attached to wanting to be a member of Omole-Golden is able to pay your
every year. We are, I think, is that starting my comments from every. As long as we say we are all every club, let us remain as such. Because we cannot, you know, I think a club on the island, they are all places. Yeah, yeah. So there are so you are tired to feel financially distressed. Yes, you are still able to we have said strong. And so you want to know. So if you come to trust like that, there are benefits that you must enjoy through interactions with fellow members. All of this is again, you think the people are not for nothing. Also, if you are starting about your hobby, you will reap the benefits. Yes. Why did you go to the history where the history is happening there? And you feel happy. But if you want to belong there, it's a minimum of 5,000 there. You pay assistance. If you reach out to a retailer and things like that, you get to help me out. Or you reach out to issue of ethics, sincerely, it was out in my. What I call it is let the treasurer do the serious follow-up. The latest by Tuesday, Wednesday of the following. When we allow it to accumulate, it becomes very difficult. If you as treasurer you follow up with the point, there are some things that no member of the job, no executive of the job will say that will make money. But once the president is following, I am telling you, there is some form of what English values, the time to just listen. So if by Tuesday evening you send names of people that have not retained their SAP, and the president call that person, can't have 2 to 3 SAP. But negotiating saying that we want to what activate their stars, you see, with what we call Chinese whisper. The Chinese whisper, if I tell you, if I will start talking on this here now, I say everything is fast. If you happen to say, if I get to Flash, you will see that you do like chicken. You understand? Now, what I said is, when you accumulate SDGs at the end of the year, there is no point carrying it to continue here. I even added by saying that I'm not putting SAP, let us identify and know that these are irresponsible behavior. Yes. No. Because for me, it's enforceable. That's it. No, do let us be part. Please, don't let us be part. We know that we know organization from our club. They are saying that always every floor. Doing that, everybody wants to preach or actually that is it not in our mind? Our mind of
Okay, but people will, I want to answer this. Yes, now, it's fantastic. The solution is that everybody that attends meeting, that is physical. Even if we want to know anything, that mandatory must be based on the day of the meeting. Not SAO. That's our mandatory. So we are not we started training, we should bring 5,000. We got one time, we should bring 2,000. We are shouting on you. If you are holding us in go out there. So what the government do is of our SCA. Now, how we are able to get now remember, I was SCA. Before meetings, I will even have gone to some members that have reports that I was going to know that we need to follow. Are we together? From there, they have prepared their minds. We now went further. If you make money on your own because of the friendship and the love for the club, there are some things that you will now be doing deliberately because you just want to money drop. That was how we started. What we needed to check is just looking at Wabara and saying, this is your card. I charge you 5,000. Now, even if he says no, we will shut him down. And chances are that he will not even say no because it will lead to embarrassment. I think that time, voluntarily, when I say I charge you 5,000 naira, if there's no objection, you understand? And so that's continuing. You have got to a point where on your own, you pay something. How do you think about Sunday? It's funny. You face some sins, some problems, and especially with just to funny. So
Imagine you say 3,000 in balance, you will now say that it's SAA that is, you will now start to class. One is one time, let us get, I feel like the follow up.
Okay, okay.
Who stand up to say, I want to for that, or spend that money?
What if the president says, like somebody like me, that the president called me to sing a song?
Yes.
And I stood up.
Yes.
And that doctor, that whether you want to Nala or go to his song, voice is not too much. And he says it takes a lot of money. And I say that I cannot afford to pay that amount of money. Or I'm not
So what do you do?
I remember when we did here, we said something that for this law, we raise money with joy. We raise money with joy. So I think we should not go against making it a religious song. People give money here. We call them, Babala, I like your copy, 5,000. I'll sit down. What I'll go with what AG and whatever said. We follow a process. When it was better last year, somehow, because the money was still going on. Now, if that becomes mandatory, you come and send somebody 3,000. And so he called out, he asked me 5,000. And the job of the fund, you are using. That's what I'm going to ask that if you look at it from that perspective. I think the solution should be that if you don't come to meeting as a member of this club, as stated in the position, you are supposed to pay 1,000. Is expected to create. The judgment is expected to create about how much is that? 52,000. So anybody who didn't come to our meeting, who didn't come online, or you didn't come physically, you are paying that. I use that's what the constitution says. And that's what is speaking the word about. People won't come. I don't think so. For anybody that can pay 100,000.
And when it's happening, he says, okay, take 700,000 naira. Not everybody years, it's not wrong. He can write years and not enjoy the influence.
If somebody can give you 7,000, somebody can give you 7,000. I want to speak to what the consultant is now offering. If you don't want to be, no, you don't have to come. For online. Yeah. You have said things what we're talking about. We are not taking anything. Consider the value is what we call the cost. Ever since I joined this meeting, no one has ever told me, and I've never told you, and nobody has ever endorsed it. And the time we are doing it in the past, we want to continue the implementation. That's what I'm saying.
Now, he said that if you come for me and then you are asked to pay the sum, then they ask you to pay 1,000. They ask you to pay your donation yourself, and it is by your own self, your own mouth, to say, I want to donate 20,000 naira, I want to donate 10,000 naira. Most of the time, nobody forces you when it comes to some donation, or maybe they are doing induction for a new inductee. Nobody forces anybody to say you have to pay this amount of money. So even if you all have to say that this money you are paying is good for, or is good for, it is who knows your pocket. Nobody will hand inside your mouth then you open your mouth and say, I donate 10,000 naira for this one. Then we all clap for you, and then we pray. Then you come and leave it behind. Come and get it, and you say, but you also know, I cannot pay that 10,000 naira. Doesn't have. Hey, what I'm saying is this. What Rotary is saying is this. It's this fair to work on time. Get what you can afford. If you are working to be and you know that some donation is 2,000 you have, not that 1,000 or 2,000. Don't take up life and say it's 20,000 naira. Don't say that.
My CP, please. CP. I don't want it. Please. No, second. 5 minutes more to spend. And I want us to make the message of that 5 minutes. What we just talked about now in terms of what Wabara said. Wabara is not talking about somebody who voluntarily said, I am paying 10,000. He's talking about an essay we appointed at the meeting that says that you did not put on car 3,000, you did not do this 2,000. And that is the only one that can be negotiated. And the one the person said himself, it's small.
That we have said. I think that we should start thinking of probably looking forward to having a committee or a person who will be called a compliance officer. That will help us the person's job is to ensure that we are complying with our bylaws at every point in time. It might look so simple, but well, that's the job of monitoring now. That is monitoring for projects. I'm saying compliance officer. Compliance officer. Somebody that we even manage our management. We are going to have a program this time. Do a risk assessment of where we're going to have our program. Is that place okay? Are we going to be comfortable? Are we going to, is this secure for us and all that? Then is the person who wants to be a compliance officer to say, are we going about our bylaw properly? Not implementing. What we should implement, but what you call say, this thing cannot work like no, what we are not deciding on.
That's a solution. Compliance officer. We cannot ask a man that has reached menopause to start talking about how to bring another people. And that's why I said, so please, for 3 minutes, there's something that has been going on among the governors, and it's about this so-called having the clubhouse of our own. We are not going to do extensive discussion, but I just want the chairman of the committee, to please say 1 or 2 things about it. The time for discussion about it is not now, but all members, at least members will have an idea that this is happening. So I will leave it down to her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Simone, for this. Well, just to sensitize you about what I'm about to present, but it's not going to be in full. I want us to clap ourselves first. Let's clap. Look at what I told you that we have to tell you this time. Thank you very much. Now, you see, the discussion that we want to place on the clubhouse has been discussed extensively somehow. You'll be wondering why. When we talk about membership retention, membership development, when we talk about compliance of our bylaw, when we talk about treasury management, when we talk about investment, what and to stay, thought we cover or encompass all that because sitting here, coming here every time, if we don't have a roof on our head, it's just looking vague. So at the appropriate times, I'm thinking something for us. You know, from every discussion, it looks like where investments, businesses, our coming here, what is that order of the year is what I'll be presenting next. And that will be given an appropriate time because I want a full out to get the gist. And how do we go about it? We have two models. Now, in fact, three models. The difference will be placed there. We are bringing in an investment approach where, as a member, you will have something to rely upon that will keep you on to say, yes, I want to be a member of this club. So, God wishes. Yes, that is an aspect, one aspect of it. You will also want the fact that, oh, my children of God will look at me and say, oh, on a flag in somewhere, my name has been written in gold. That is it. We are bringing all those approaches to our having a clubhouse for this club. And I'm sure nobody among us will not want to be part of it. Every one of us will be part of it because it's going to be beneficial. It's going to be, it's going to be profit-oriented. And it's going to bring a lot of goodies to us and to our family. Of course, it's not going to be if we are by being part of it, and God will help us. So I'm going to be giving another time to speak extensively for it. It's going to come as a model where everybody's interest will be taken care of. You can do it instrumentally, you can do it as you saw with, but the fact remains that you'll be part owner. You'll be part owner, you'll be, if you want to give, you give, and that will be recognized. If you want to invest, you will invest, and you'll be getting something out of it. And then we'll all be happy that we have a place to go. It's not just going to be clubhouse. It's going to be a model, a place where we'll all be proud of. We can launch in and rest and relax. God will help us to achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela. Are you actually sure that you can branch in and relax? Angela. Relax, there's some rolling on. Because people like CP, they like where they will have a total relaxation. Then have relaxation is a full option, yes. So better. But I actually like that. It's a long-term investment for the club. I have seen places where you have a clubhouse and people will have offices there, they will buy office there. You may not use it, you may let it out, but the most important thing is that the club has a property which will form part of its asset, and then it will be something that will be generated. The model, as you said, can come as PPP, can come as any, but more explanation will come on it as we progress on. And this is part of the I think surprisingly, ITI is known for doing something that is what we call it, trans-administrational. Yeah, translational. She was the one that started the idea of the which took about 3 or 4 years, and which I had the privilege of concluding. So that's why we are living on relationship. So we are giving that so it is starting this year. It will go through reality, and if by God's grace we pray that it can materialize during reality time. If not, we transfer it to another area. That's just the purpose. So, distinguished Rotarians, I am overwhelmed. It's been a long day, the longest day ever. I thank everyone, those who are here now, those who are here earlier than this. And most importantly, please help me put your hands for everyone. That is I think online. And some committee, everyone. Another it was not meant to be like this, but I didn't even know it will be more. I didn't know it would be. I was afraid. But when I got, I have to call you personally. Abia money. Yeah. So she was what I think. So another important thing, we are going to have. I wish to inform the club that the process for electing our president nominee presidency will commence right from now. The committee that midnight the nomination of the PM will also be the constituents. So for tomorrow, you will see notification about the process of electing our president nominee president. No, it's that same committee that is going to provide it. The one that did here. So let's just have that in mind so that people can start seeing it for the platform. So when we speak to the president, please start for this information. I'm so happy, I'm so congratulated that we can get to this level and we can all have it okay now. So, just as we said, that we don't come to meetings, there are things we miss. For those who did not finish this meeting without something they miss, please let us come out and take the picture. Let us come out and take the picture.
My phone is ready. You are very good camera. I know.